Let's see. All right. Hopefully this is working. Um, it's been a hot minute since I've streamed on YouTube, so let me know if my audio's working, if the stream's working. According to everything I'm looking at, it looks like it's working, but please let me know. We are gonna hang out here for about 5 minutes, give people time to shuffle in. So yeah, just hang out, get a snack, get a cold beverage, grab your notebook if you're taking notes, or open up Toon Boom Harmony if you're following along. Let's see, who's all here? Hey, Blinky Animation, Morocco Ball, DJC Animation, Blackbird. See and hear me fine, thank goodness. I was really worried about it. You know, you just don't stream on something for a long time, and sometimes it just doesn't work, you know? So I'm glad things are working. I'm glad you can hear me. Just chill out, hang out for a bit. Like I said, we're gonna give people a little bit of time to shuffle in. Hey Glitch, Joe Shocking Tunes, good to see y'all. I'm really excited. I'm super excited to put on a free class. It's something I've wanted to do for a long time. I love teaching. It's like one of my favorite things, and too often it's behind a paywall, and I don't like that. I want people to learn how to animate, you know, just on their own without having to shell out a bunch of money. So I'm really excited to put on another Toon Boom Harmony class. Also, apparently, I was checking out the video I uploaded on Toon Boom Harmony. Apparently, that's 7 years old. So, holy goodness, it's time to put out some new content for it. So, I'm excited for it. Hey, Chicken Draws, how's it going?
Jesse, we have to animate. Jesse, we need the keyframes.
But yeah, I appreciate you guys all being here. We'll hang out for a couple of minutes. Like I said, just give people time to shuffle in, get ready. Like I said, grab a notebook if you want to take notes. Oh, I'm glad they're helpful, just a person. Appreciate it. Yeah, Toon Boom Harmony is my favorite animation program. I've been using it for a long time. It's been about 10 years, I think, since my first Toon Boom Harmony job that I worked on. So I've definitely learned a lot since then. Exactly. Yeah, where has the time gone? Where's the secret formula? There is actually an animate button in Toon Boom Harmony. I will show you that at the end of the stream. Hey, Tanager the Night Sky, good to see you again. So hard to find good Toon Boom tutorials out there, so glad you're doing this. There's actually some really good channels out there. I'd highly recommend Stylus Rumble, Zabird Brain. There's a handful of people doing really good Toon Boom tutorials out there. I'll try to think of more, and shout them out if I can think of any. But yeah, Stylus Rumble and Zabird Brain are both very good. Also, Adam Phillips, Bitey of Brackenwood, has some really good stuff out there. It's a bit old at this point, but it's still relevant. Alrighty, I think we can get started here pretty soon. It's been about 5 minutes or so. Hey Thursday, how's it going? Shihan, Smirky Ship, Matthew T. Good to see y'all. Chicken Draws, I'm currently in college and a lot of my classmates have referred to your videos for extra help. That's so cool! That makes me very excited. Alrighty. Grabbing your laptop. Hurry! Hurry, it's starting soon! It says right there, the stream is starting soon. Alright, once Once it reaches 8:05, we are starting the stream. Bub, 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 bub. Hey, oh, let's go. Alrighty. Let's get started! Woo! Hey everybody, hey, hello, how's it going? Welcome to my class on learning Toon Boom Harmony with me, Jesse J. Jones, that's me. Hi. So, what are we gonna learn today in class? Do you like my PowerPoint presentation? I worked very hard on it. So what can you expect out of this class? What can you expect to get out of this 4-hour class that we're doing? Well, my goal for this class is to take anybody who's not familiar with Toon Boom Harmony, maybe you're coming from a different software like Adobe Animate or Flash or TV Paint, and get you familiar with Toon Boom Harmony, which personally, I've tried out lots of different softwares. I've tried out Clip Studio Paint, I've tried out tons of stuff, and Toon Boom Harmony still, after all these years, is still my favorite animation program. So I'm hoping to share that with you guys. I want people to learn how to use it. So that's what this class is for, is to get you familiar with the tools and familiar with how to animate in Toon Boom Harmony and how to export your video for YouTube. So Toon Boom is a huge program, and it's so huge that even last week I learned something new about it. So I'm not going to be able to go over everything in this class today, unfortunately. So what this class is going to focus on is mostly traditional 2D frame-by-frame animation. We're not going to get into puppeted rigs or anything like that, though we will use some of those tools to speed up your animation workflow. Who am I? Hi, I'm Jesse. Hello again. I've been in the animation industry for about 14 years. I've worked as a professional animator in that time. I've worked for a bunch of different studios, mostly remotely here in Portland, Oregon. I work from home for the most part, but I've worked for studios like Netflix Animation, Leica, Titmouse, as well as doing freelance animation on the side. So that's me. I also love teaching. Like, I really like animation a lot, and I like sharing it with people. So those are my two passions, are animation and teaching folks. So that's why I have this YouTube channel, is to share that stuff with y'all. Oh my gosh, there's so many people in here. Sorry if I miss anybody or miss any questions or anything. Thank you. I worked very hard on my PowerPoints. Thank you. Will it be live later? Yes. So, some housekeeping stuff. I'm kind of blocking the screen here. Let me just shuffle out of here. So the stream will be live after this recording. So if you miss it, or if you need to go back, watch it again, don't worry. The stream will stay on my YouTube channel, so you can watch at any time going forward. If you have any questions, I ask that you save them until the end of the stream. If you need help with me clarifying something, feel free to ask for me to go over something again if I went over it too fast or something like that. So, yeah, that's basically it. You know, the obvious stuff, like be cool. Please don't be annoying or awful. I'm sure you guys are cool. Usually the animation folks are pretty cool. So, with that being said, let's get started. Alrighty, so I've got Toon Boom Harmony open right now. The version I have is Toon Boom Harmony 20 Premium. So there's 3 different versions of Toon Boom Harmony. There's Essentials, Advanced, and Premium. Premium being the most expensive one. It's the one that has all the character rig stuff. You can do things with the node view. So the version I have is Premium. It's going to have some features that aren't available in the other 2 versions, Essentials and Advanced. If you're just wanting to do frame-by-frame stuff, I would suggest just going with Essentials. if you're looking to get into doing character rigs and things like that, then I would say to get Premium. Toon Boom Harmony Advanced is so specific, I almost don't recommend people get the advanced middle version. I'd say go with one or the other. What's really cool about Toon Boom, and also a big goal of mine with my YouTube channel, is to get people off of Adobe. I hate Adobe so much, and I want people to stop supporting them. So even if you don't use Toon Boom Harmony, if you use anything else other than Adobe products, that would make me very happy. So the cool thing about Toon Boom Harmony, unlike Adobe, is they have permanent licenses. So you can actually get a permanent license and own your software forever. That's what I have here. That's why I have version 20, which is a few versions back, but it's still, you know, it does everything I need it to. So the reason I like Toon Boom Harmony is, opposed to Clip Studio Paint or TV Paint, is it's a vector program. So a vector program, as opposed to raster, which uses pixels, actually uses curves, and it's very flexible in that way. You could just do a lot of stuff, and it's very flexible with how you animate in it versus TV Paint, from what I've found. Which TV Paint's great. I love TV Paint, but I found it a lot less flexible than Toon Boom Harmony. So with all that being said, if you'd like to check out Toon Boom Harmony, you can get a free trial. Just go to toonboom.com and check out their free trials. You can also get 3 different free trials. So when one runs out on Essentials, get the one for Advanced, and then get the free trial for Premium. So you actually get 3 different free trials. This is not sponsored, by the way. I know it sounds like I'm shilling Harmony. I just like the software. I'm not being paid for this at all. I'm just giving my own opinions. So yeah. So yeah, there's tons of alternatives to Toon Boom Harmony. Basically, if you go with anything that's not Adobe, you're going to be in good hands for the most part. So with all that being said, now that we've got Toon Boom Harmony open, let's go over this welcome screen that you're going to see here. So the first bar right here is your scene title. This is what your animation is going to be called. So you would call this, I don't know, something like my new animation, something like that. And then the location is where the animation is going to be saved. So we're going to click Browse, and then go to our class here. So I'm just going to select this folder that we're working out of, and I'm going to select folder. So it's going to save our animation project in that folder. So Toon Boom Harmony, and I'll show this later, doesn't save one file. It actually creates a project folder. And that project folder is what is going to contain all of your animation information. So I'll show what that kind of looks like later. But important to know, it makes a folder instead of one single project. Camera size, here you have a bunch of different camera sizes, and you can actually make your own custom ones if you want. The one I use 99% of the time is this 1080 24 frames per second one. So that gives you a width of 1920 by 1080 at 24 frames per second. That's a pretty standard size for most animation that you're going to be doing. So with all these settings looking just fine, we're going to click on Create Scene. And that's going to create a new Toon Boom Harmony scene. Yeah, thank you for any likes and everything, guys. Also, this is a live stream, so I'm going to stumble. Things are going to go wrong, so it's just the nature of it. I don't have my handy editing to, like, make myself look good. Alright. So, like I said, if you guys have any questions, save them for the end of the stream and I'll get to them. If you'd like me to clarify anything, I can happily clarify stuff as we go along. So now we have our Toon Boom Harmony scene open. So I'm just going to quickly show what the folder structure looks like for a Toon Boom Harmony file. So this is our class folder. This is the folder that we're working off of here. So my new animation, this is the folder that we just created. Here, I'm going to just quit Dropbox really quick. So inside this folder, you'll see this stage file. So this stage file is your Toon Boom Harmony file. You can double click on this to open it up. But like I was saying, if you wanted to transfer this to somebody, if you wanted to transfer your animation project to somebody, you wouldn't want to just give them this stage file. What you would actually want to do is go up above this folder, right-click that folder, and then zip it up using 7-zip or WinZip, whatever zipping program you have. And then that will make a zip file that you can transfer. So that's the way you'd want to transfer animation projects from one to the other. It's more fun with the stumbles. That's good to hear. So yeah. Let's see. A couple things to note about working and saving with Toon Boom Harmony. You don't want to work off of a USB drive or even a network. You always want to work locally when you're working with Toon Boom Harmony. Because it has this project folder, it's updating all the elements, all the frames and stuff inside of this project folder every time you make a change. So because of that, things like external hard drives or online networks sometimes have a hard time keeping up with how much is being changed. And you can actually lose some work. It's happened to me where I've lost work working off of a network rather than locally on my machine and then uploading it as soon as I was done. So that's something to keep in mind. Don't work off of a hard drive with your Toon Boom Harmony files. Another thing about saving, really quickly, let's just draw classic smiley face just to show an example. So file, save, I've got my project saved, right? There is this feature on here that confused the heck out of me when I was first learning Toon Boom Harmony, and I want to show you kind of what the idea behind it is. So it's this save as new version option. I would recommend, if you're a beginner, to never, ever, 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 let me repeat, never, ever, 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 ever use this. Don't use this if you're a beginner. I'll just show you what it does, because you might think, oh, save as new version. I'm going to go _ version 02, right? Save that. And I'm going to make some changes. Let's make him an angry face. We'll delete his mouth. We'll make him big old angry face. And you can see up here, version 02, right? I'm going to click File and Save. All right, cool. That's neat. And even in here, in my project folder, you can see my new animation and my new animation version 02. It looks like it saved as a whole new project. Well, it didn't. Let me show you what happened. And this is another way that I lost a bunch of work, was using save as new version. If I go back into that project and open up the original, not version 2, but the original stage file, if I open that up, just give it a second to load. So you can see this is not version 2, this is the original, and he's got a big angry face. So what saving as new version does is it's more useful for puppeted animation, things that you're not changing the drawings. It's confusing, and that's why I say beginners shouldn't use it unless you're more experienced and you know what you're doing. Basically, what you would want to do is you'd want to make new drawings every time. And if you're not familiar with Toon Boom Harmony, you're not going to know what that means. So the best method for saving as a new version, instead of doing that, is to just take this project folder here, just right-click, copy, right-click, paste, and that'll make a new project folder, and then you can put underscore version 02, and then work off of that new project folder. So just something to be aware of. You can also do file save as from here. And when you do that, you can take this same name here, paste that, and do underscore version 03, for example. If you do save as, that does not save just an updated version. That actually saves a whole new folder, a whole new project. So never use save as new version if you're new to Toon Boom Harmony. Just something that can be confusing. So it saves all the image stuff into subfolders when saving. Yes, so when you save as a new project, it'll transfer all of your frames, your elements. It'll transfer everything into this new project folder. So it's basically creating a new project. That's why it's important to either copy the project folder or save as, use save as rather than save as new version. Yeah, I lost a lot of work using save as new version because I was working on a traditionally animated thing. I was like, I animated something and I was like, okay, save as new version. I'm going to try some stuff out. Animated it completely differently and I was like, I don't really like that. I'm going to go back a version. And that's how I found out how to lose a bunch of work and be super upset for the day. That's how you learn, right? You like do something really horrible and then you're like, I'm never doing that again. And I haven't. Since then, I've not had that same mistake. So it was definitely a learning experience. Alrighty. So with that saving stuff out of the way, let's get on how to use actual Toon Boom Harmony. So once you open up Toon Boom Harmony, here's how to navigate around in it. So to zoom in and out in Toon Boom Harmony, it's the number 1 to zoom. Oops, hold on. It's 1 to zoom out and 2 to zoom in. Which I was explaining in my old tutorial. That might seem weird if you're used to Control Plus or Control Minus, but I actually prefer this because your hand is usually on the left side of your keyboard when you're working in programs. So your hand doesn't have to go to the other side of the keyboard to zoom in and out. It's super useful. That explains why my old Toon Boom homework disappeared. It's so sad. It's such a confusing term, unfortunately. As much as I love Toon Boom Harmony, I definitely have stuff to complain about it. It's my favorite program, but it's definitely not perfect. As with any software, every software is going to have its quirks. To pan around your scene, to pan around your canvas, you hold down space and then click and drag to pan around. To rotate your canvas, you can hold Control and Alt. I'm on a PC. Anytime you see the word Control or you hear the word Control, just replace it with Command. So Command and Alt on a Mac would rotate your canvas just like this. So this is useful if you want to draw from a more natural angle. So you can rotate around, zoom in and out with 1 and 2, space to pan around, and that's kind of how you navigate around. If you want to reset your view, you can press Shift M. I actually, because Shift and M is on the other side of the keyboard, I reset this hotkey to be Shift X. I found Shift X to be a bit more useful. And if you want to change any of your hotkeys, you just go under Edit, Keyboard Shortcuts. And here's where you can edit your keyboard shortcuts. So the way you can edit a keyboard shortcut is you can either search for it by name or you can search for it by shortcut. For example, if we wanted to search for, let's search for Shift, and then you can use these arrow keys to navigate through all the commands that use Shift. Or you can do Shift plus, what did I say, Shift X. So here you can see Reset View. Used to be Shift M, and I've set mine to Shift X. So the way you set it is you highlight the option that you want to change, and then you go onto this Press Shortcut key box. You just click in this box and press the shortcut combination that you want, so Shift X, and that'll set it to Shift X. And then you press OK, just like that, and that's how you change a hotkey. What does scroll do? I think scroll zooms in and out. I don't actually... I have like the little knob on my tablet, so the scroll doesn't work great, so I actually don't use the scroll too often, but it seems like scroll works for zooming in and out as well. I think the middle mouse button also can be used for panning around if you hold the middle mouse button. Let's see. Another thing about Toon Boom Harmony is it's a window sensitive. So these shortcut keys are going to affect whatever window you're in right now. So you can see this red bar around this window here. That means this window is active. So if I zoom in and out, it's doing it on my camera view. If I go down here into my timeline and I press the same hotkey of 1 and 2 to zoom in and out, I can zoom in and out on my timeline. Or I can use space to pan around my timeline just like this. Obviously you can't rotate a timeline, but you can navigate using the same controls as moving around your canvas. One thing about Toon Boom Harmony is by default you have to click on the window that you want to be active. This may be updated in newer versions, but I know for a long time you had to change a setting. And the setting I'd recommend changing is under Edit and then Preferences. And I'd really recommend taking a browse through all these preferences to set up Harmony in a way that feels comfortable to you. Two things that I always change every time I'm on... Or... let me go through all the things I would change. So if I started on a new machine with a new install of Toon Boom Harmony, let me go over all the preferences I would personally want changed. Let's see. Is there a comfortable way to drag frames around? Yes, we will go over timeline and animation things. There's a ton of really neat things I want to show with the timeline. Let's see. So the first thing I always turn on is this focus on mouse enter. That's a really important one. Make sure to turn that on. And just really quickly to show what that does. Here, I'll show it off at first. So like I was saying, you have to click into these windows to activate them to get the shortcuts to work. If you turn on that preference of focus on mouse enter, now whatever my mouse is hovering over is what the shortcut is gonna affect. So 1 and 2. Hold on, I've got Christmas music playing. Hold on. No, Christmas music. There we go. Dang. All right, so now I don't have to click in the windows to zoom in and out. I could just highlight over them. Super important. It can be a little confusing if you come from something else. You know, if you forget that your mouse is down here and you're trying to zoom in and out on your canvas and you're like, what the heck? Why isn't it working? So it took me a while to get used to being conscious of where my mouse was at all times. So it is something you have to get used to if you're not used to it, but by this point, you know, it's second nature. I don't know if that's on by default in new versions. I agree, DJC, it should be on by default. Which it might be in new versions, I'm not really sure. But yeah, I would almost say it's a necessity to have on. Let's see. Another thing I always change is this levels of undo. I forget what level it's at by default, but I always up this to like 250, something massive, just because life, you know. So I up the levels undo. The other thing I turn on is under the advanced tab. I turn on this support overlay and underlay arts. So we're going to get to this later, but you'll see these two layers here. There's line art and color art. There's only 2 of them. Again, this should be on by default. But if you check this check mark and press OK, you'll see we now have 4 art layers instead of just 2. So super handy. That's another one I like to turn on by default, is under Edit Preferences and then Advanced, Support Overlay and Underlay Art. Super important one to turn on. So those are the two basic ones I have set up. Another thing you can do, which is really cool when you're setting up Toon Boom Harmony on a new machine, is if you go under Edit and Preferences, once you've got all your preferences saved just the way you like it, you can actually click this Save button and save it as an XML file. So you can save that XML file and transfer it to a new computer and keep all of your settings with you. Super useful. I use that all the time. Same with edit and keyboard shortcuts. You can see up here, you can click Save and Load. So you can save these as XML files as well. And that way you can keep all of your custom shortcuts that you've created and transfer it to another computer. Use Toon Boom Harmony 21 and it's still off by default. Yeah, that's a bummer. I wonder if 22 fixed that. I know 22 is the new version. But anyway, so that's how you navigate around. That's how I set up Toon Boom Harmony as well when I first start out. Adjusting layout. So adjusting layout on Toon Boom Harmony is dead simple. It's super easy. You can take these tabs, see here where it says camera and drawing view. You can take these tabs and pop them out and it'll make a floating window just like that. And if you take this tab and move it on top of another tab like this, it'll nest it inside of this window. So I can pull it down, pop it out like that. And if I take it and put it where it's making a big blue rectangle like this, so not like this, if you drag it on top of a tab, it's going to nest it in that window. But if I take that tab and I put it on the side of a window or like on top of a window so it makes these blue rectangles, then that makes it into a separate window just like this. So it's super easy to customize your Toon Boom Harmony layout this way. If you want to get rid of a window, you can click this X button right here. That'll get rid of this one we have highlighted, which is camera view. And if you want to add a window back in, instead of dragging it onto the tab here, you can click this plus button and bring back our camera so we can select our camera up here. And let's say you really bork things up, like things are super messed up and you want to go back to the way things were. We just go under Windows, Workspace, and then Workspace again, and then just select the default workspace. And it might take a second. Hold on. Did that really overwrite the default workspace? No, it's not supposed to do that. So, this is a part I would probably edit out and figure what was going wrong. Oh, no! Okay, restore default workspace. That's what I was looking for. Again, edit this out later. So restore default workspace. If you mess everything up, just click restore default workspace. And give it a second. Hey, first try. That's what I was meaning to do. So now it resets it back to the default workspace. And like you saw up there, you can also go to Workspace and save Workspace as. So if you wanted to make a custom one, you can save that workspace up there. So once you get things in a way that you like them, I would really recommend doing that, just so you don't lose your default or your customized layout. Some things I like to do when I'm modifying my layout, I'll show you how I kind of customize mine. So first of all, I just want the timeline here. I don't want this node library, so I'm gonna click X to get rid of that. Also, this timeline takes up a lot of horizontal space. Actually, I do have my computer at a lower resolution. Usually I work at a higher resolution than 1920 by 1080. Also, speaking of, let me resize the window. Sorry about that. I didn't notice it was shrunk small like that. Professional setup. Again, edit this part out. There we go. That's a little bit better. So, what I usually do with my timeline when I'm on my higher resolution monitor is I take that timeline and I drag it underneath the camera right here. So you can see it makes a smaller rectangle underneath the camera. And if I do that, what that does is it gives me less of a timeline, but it gives me more vertical space for all of these tools over here, which, you know, when you're on your brush and stuff, can be really useful for seeing all of your different brushes and stuff. So it's an option. It's what I do personally. You don't have to, but I like having the timeline just a little bit shorter and then making these tools a little bit taller. Another thing is these art layers right here. I find it hard to know what art layer that I'm on if it's all the way over here. So usually I like to drag this down here just so visually I can see what art layer I have selected. Another thing is the difference between a window and a toolbar. So these are windows. All these tabs with information inside of them, these are windows. Whereas these things up here, these horizontal and vertical layouts here, these are toolbars. So if you go under Windows, you'll see all of these are windows, these down here. And then toolbars are checked on, so if they're visible. So things like advanced animation is this toolbar right here. Advanced animation is one you'll want to have on. So if you don't see advanced animation, you can go up to Windows, Toolbars, Advanced Animation. And then you can take this, and I usually like to drag it down underneath my tools right here, just like that. Another thing you can do is you can right-click on any empty space, and that'll bring up your toolbars as well. So you can select, like, Mark Drawing, for example, and it adds it up here. You can move these around to shuffle them into place, just like that. And that's basically it. That's how you can modify the layout for Toon Boom Harmony. I'm going to go into my personal layout just because it's the way I like it. I see I have two. I'm not sure which one's the right one. I think this one is the one I usually use. Shorts World. I actually do have a Krita tutorial. You should check out my channel and search for Krita. I just uploaded one this year, end of last year. Thank you, Just a Person. Yeah, thanks for helping out. So yeah, that's basic layout. So here's something that I like to have. You can see I have a camera view here, and then I have another smaller camera view here, so I can have like a little thumbnail view, which I find kind of cool. I like having a little thumbnail view just to get like at a glance. So even though I have a camera here, you can have as many cameras as you want and duplicate windows as much as you want. Let's see. Next, let's move on to arrow tools. So the first arrow tool is your black arrow tool. So this is your basic, just select stuff and edit it. I'm going to do something here. So here I have text. I'm going to right click on it and go to convert and then break apart text layers. So if you wanted to modify individual letters, that's how you would do it. So now I can take my black arrow tool. I can move things around. Really, really important and potentially confusing thing about Toon Boom Harmony is this transform button right here. So if you saw this icon and you're familiar with what this icon looks like, you might think, oh, I want to edit, let's say this O right here. I'll select this transform tool to like resize it and stuff. But you'll see it's actually modifying the whole layer itself. And what it does is you can actually see it's created a keyframe here. So that transform tool is not for editing drawings, that's for adding transformation information onto a layer. So things like adding motion tweens or scaling a layer would be done with this. If you want to edit the drawing itself, that's done with the black arrow tool. So with the black arrow tool, you'll see when I select it, you can see this transformation border around it. So if I highlight a corner, you'll see my mouse switches to the scale option. So now I can scale just individual parts of the drawing using the black arrow tool rather than this transformation tool over here. So something to keep in mind is if you're editing the drawing itself, you want to use the black arrow tool or the white arrow tool. So the black arrow tool is just for moving objects around. Again, you can scale it with the corner, and if you go just outside the corner, you can rotate just like this. If you go in between, you'll see it goes horizontal, so you can skew your drawings if you go in between those little points. A really, really, really cool thing about Toon Boom Harmony that I find really amazing, and I wish was in other animation software, is let's say I have this R rotated and I wanted to do a squash and stretch on it. If I take this and I squash and stretch it, you know, it's not going to do it properly. What's really cool about this transform gizmo is it's related to how you have your canvas positioned. So if I rotated my canvas this direction, now the transform tool is this way, and I can squash and stretch it properly. You'll see this little circle in the middle here. This is your pivot point. This is where things are gonna rotate around. So you can also take this pivot point and set it, let's say, to the bottom here. And if I hold down Alt while I scale it down, it'll scale around that pivot point. Same with rotation. It'll also rotate around that pivot point. So that's what that little circle is for. And again, to reset view, it's Shift M by default, but I have mine set to Shift X. So that's the black arrow tool. Over here is your tool properties window. So with every tool that you have selected, this tool properties window is going to change and have different settings applied to it. So it's worth going through and seeing what kind of tool properties there are with each of these different tools. I won't go over every single setting, just no time, but I'll go over the ones that I use the most. So with this black arrow tool that we're on right now, there's this option, Easy Drag, which I find super useful. Let's say you had a really teeny tiny piece of art that you wanted to edit. With Easy Drag not turned on, what you would have to do is, you know, you'd have to go zoom in and make sure you're on top of the artwork to drag it around. But with Easy Drag, what you can do is all you have to do is be inside of this box and you can drag it around. So even if you're not on the artwork, it'll just consider the whole box. So this is really useful for really small, hard to select kind of artwork. Sometimes it gets in the way if you're like trying to select something underneath something else. You know, I can't click this O down here because it's just selecting the box. So I turn it on and turn it off depending on what I'm doing. Usually I have it turned on. This select all by color is super useful. Let's just really quickly change some colors here just so I can show you what that does. So we'll change these to blue. Maybe change this one to yellow. So under the black arrow tool, there's this select all by color. This is really useful for, so obviously when it's on, you can select everything that's red. There it goes. You can select everything that's red and move it around just like that. Or you can select everything that's blue and move it around. Or you can even select everything that's red, go down to your color palettes window and select blue to change everything that's red to blue. what I usually use this for is for if I'm sketching. So you don't need multiple layers if what you do is you just sketch in red, you know, and then you clean up using black. This is all on the same layer. And then just go up to your black arrow tool, select all by color, select the red, and then just press delete to get rid of it. The default for delete is backspace, I think? Or no, I think, let's check. Let's search for delete. Okay, so it's set to delete by default. I've changed mine to backspace just because it's easier for me to find the backspace button. You know, it's a lot bigger and it's on the top right. Shorts World, Toon Boom Harmony is what I use the most for animation. It's my favorite animation software. Let's see. Let's move on to... So I think that's everything for now for the black arrow tool. A couple more things. You can flip things horizontal using this button, or flip vertical with this button. Same with rotation. This button flattens objects, so if I click that, I don't think it'll work with text, but that'll flatten things so they're all the same vector shape. The white arrow tool, I think what we need to do, let's right click, go to convert, break apart text layers. There we go. So now I think flatten will work. So if you break apart text layers twice, then it converts them from being text into just vector shapes. So now if we flatten those, you can see those turn into the same flattened shape. So that's the black arrow tool. It's for moving things around. It's for transforming your different brush strokes and vector shapes. The white arrow tool is for modifying vector points. So, like I was saying earlier, things like TV Paint or Krita or Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint, they all work with pixels, right? Toon Boom Harmony is a vector program, so except for bitmap layers, layers are going to be made out of points and curves. So because of that, no matter how much I zoom in on here, it's not going to lose quality. Another reason I like vector programs for animation is I can zoom in as far as I want on my characters and they don't lose quality. Let's see. So with the white arrow tool, you can select points and move them around. Another thing you can do is if you have nothing selected and you just take the white arrow tool and wiggle something back and forth, you can kind of smooth things out and push and pull things around. So you don't even have to select points. You can just click and drag and like push and nudge stuff using the white arrow tool. I use this a lot. For example, if I were to draw, I'll try and draw kind of a squiggly line. So if I select all of this with my white arrow tool, you can see how many vector points are here. And because there's multiple vector points, it makes it look squiggly and not very like clean, right? Well, if I take my white arrow tool and I just give it a bit of a nudge, just nudge it around, give it a bit of a nudge, you can see how much it's cleaned up these vector points. So there's way fewer now. So just nudging stuff can kind of smooth out your vector points as well. I use that a lot. To really get things smooth, oftentimes I'll select vector points with my white arrow tool and delete them. Just like that, and that smooths things out as well. So the white arrow tool is really useful for cleaning things up in vector. Will I be going over nodes? A little bit. I am going to go over nodes, but it's going to be very, very basic. But yeah, we'll definitely go over the node view, which I have tucked away right here. So that's the white arrow tool. I think that's everything I wanted to discuss about the arrow tools. Now that I've sufficiently messed up this slide, let's move on. Brush and pencil. So your two drawing tools are brush and pencil. So a brush is, let me just draw two shapes here just so we can compare the two. Here's a brush stroke. And here's a pencil stroke. Actually, let's do one with pressure sensitivity, just so they look pretty similar. And here's a pencil stroke. So they look basically the same, right? Well, if we take our white arrow tool, you'll see what the differences are. So if I select both of these, you'll see the brush tool is one filled in vector shape. It's got its points on the outside, whereas the pencil tool is one line. So they both have pressure sensitivity. Actually, I think with the pencil, I could be wrong. I'm not as familiar with Essentials and Advanced Toon Boom Harmony, but I believe Advanced and above has pressure sensitivity with the pencil. I don't think Essentials does. Let's see. So I almost always use the pencil tool. I used to be a brush enjoyer. I used to be a brush fanboy, but just the versatility of taking the pencil tool and being able to clean up your lines, and also being able to select the line and adjust its size on the fly. You know, I find the pencil tool to be a lot more capable. You can also go down here and select different textures to apply to your pencil afterwards, which you can't do any of that stuff with the brush. The brush is just a filled in shape. So brush, let's see. I'm trying to think of when I would use the brush. Almost never. These days I don't use the brush hardly at all, unless I'm wanting to fill in something super quickly. Let's see. Oh yeah, I would agree, Chicken. Toon Boom file sizes are massive. There's like two of the biggest complaints I have about Toon Boom is how expensive it is and how big the file sizes are. Those are my two biggest complaints, but it's still my favorite animation software. I love it so much. Oh, that's true. I could see the brush tool being good for sketching. Yeah, that's a good point, Chicken. So let's do a deep dive into these. So with the brush tool, over here we've got our tool properties. I'm just going to expand this so we can get a better look at it. So you've got your default brushes here, these 1, 2, 3, 4 brushes. I've got a couple custom ones that I've added here. Let's see. It feels like, sorry. There we go. Feels like my window keeps changing. So I've got all my brushes down here, and it's got these cool texturized brushes here. So you've got things like airbrush marker, which is kind of fun to draw with. I like that one a lot. Pastel can be pretty fun. And you can also customize these. So you can take a brush and customize it by clicking this arrow tool right here, or this arrow on your brush. So let's customize a default one. Let's just select brush number 4 and customize it by clicking on this arrow right here. So when we do that, that brings up our brush tool options. So there's a ton of options here to play around with. I would suggest playing around with these on your own, but you let's just go down them really quickly. So first of all, you can set your brush type from being a solid vector to a textured vector. So whether you want it to have texture or you want it to be just a solid vector brush, that's this option right here. With the vector, you know, you can change the shape of the brush, and that's about it. Texture's got a lot more options to it. Let's do brush number 6. We'll make my favorite brush. I'll show you my favorite brush setting. So we'll do brush number 6 under textured vector. Maximum size, that's how big your brush can go. And minimum size, that's how small your brush can go. So if you set minimum size to 100%, that basically means no pressure sensitivity. So you'll have no pressure sensitivity if it's at 100%. Which honestly, I've been really enjoying not having pressure sensitivity and drawing that way lately. Has been a lot of fun. Roundness and angle, you can just kind of visually see what that does here. Changes the angle, changes how flat the brush is. Pen tilt sensitivity, you can adjust pen tilt with this. Hardness, spacing, that's how close each pattern is to each other. So if I have my spacing set very far apart, you can see it spaces out the pattern pretty far apart from each other. So typically the smaller your spacing is, the more smooth your brush is. But also sometimes the more CPU it uses. So that's what spacing does. Random size, the random stuff is really good for creating texture. So if I up the random size, you can see it already feels a lot more natural for a brush shape. And then random angle. If you increase these, it just makes it feel a bit more like a naturalistic kind of brush. It feels almost more like traditional media, I feel. We've also got smoothing options here. So this is for the vector points. So this is what it looks like right now with smoothing. And if I up my smoothing to a bunch, which usually I don't do. Usually I keep my smoothing pretty low, just because I don't like this thing where after I draw it, it goes back and then like computerizes it. I really don't like this. So usually I have smoothing set pretty low, just personally. Usually I have it set like 3 or lower. Centerline smoothing, that's more for pencils. Anyways, they're both smoothing options, but there is actually a stabilizer, which we'll go over. So this isn't a stabilizer. It smooths your brush after you draw it. So it works a little bit different than a stabilizer. So we'll go over the stabilizer later. Transparency, so you can adjust the flow. Which the difference between flow and opacity, I'm not quite sure. It seems like flow is more like pressure sensitivity based, whereas opacity is just overall like make everything less opaque, you know, more transparent. Then these, you know, you can randomize them as well. Dual tip, I'll be honest, I don't really use it that often. But I know it's like a Photoshop option, and some people might be really excited about that. I don't use this. I don't actually know what I would use dual tip for. I guess for like super customizing your brush texture so that it looks a lot more natural. Paper texture is very cool. So let me just bring back the transparency, make it more solid so we can see the texture. So the texture I like to use is, if we check this on, you can select different textures for your brush. So you can see like it adds sort of a papery texture to it. Makes it look a little bit rougher. Super cool. I really like messing with the textures on the brushes in Toon Boom Harmony. So the textures I like to use are texture 6 along with the brush tip number 6. It's just kind of how I remember it. Makes my favorite kind of brush. And then yeah, that's all the brush tip settings. You can scale your texture down here. You can set additive. Align just means that no matter where you draw with your brush, the texture is always going to be in the same place. So yeah. Hoo boy, that's all the brush options. Again, I would really recommend going through and playing around with them. Again, to edit your brush, you just go under this arrow tool right here. A really important thing to know is everything I did here, it has not saved. This has not saved anything. So if I go select a different brush and then go back, is my capture is not working. So this is the fun of live streaming. Let me disconnect and reconnect really quick. Waiting to connect. Hold on a minute. Please wait. There we go. We're back. Is it working? There we go. Okay. So you remember we did all those settings and modified our brush? Well, if I selected off of it and selected back on it, it went back to what it was before. So if you actually want to save these changes, if you want to save any of this texture stuff, so let's set it back to brush number 6, texture 6. And you'll see this little asterisk on top here. That means your changes have not been saved. So if you want to save your brush, you want to click this refresh button right here. It's a little green refresh button. So you can either click that, or you can select this new brush preset to create a new brush. So again, this updates the one that you have selected, or if you want to make a new brush, you click new brush. So we'll call this a very good name, press OK. And now we have a new brush, which it'll put at the bottom here. So now it's got our brush saved. A little hard to see the texture, but it is a textured brush here. You saw me earlier change the size on the fly, so you can change the size with this slider right here. Or the way I like to change size is hold down the hotkey of O. So O, you can sort of think of as like the shape that your brush tool makes. See how I'm making an O bigger and smaller? So O, and then click and drag will manually change your brush size. So O is very useful to know. And that works with a brush tool and pencil tool. So my pencil tool is this size. If I use O, I can shrink it down, make it smaller again. Let's see. Some things about editing stuff in Toon Boom Harmony. So let's just draw something really quick. And I'm being sketchy on purpose just to make it a bunch of different brush strokes. So let's say I'm doodling away, just like this. So let's say you've got a drawing that looks just like this. You've drawn it with your brush tool here. So if I take my black arrow tool, you can see each one of these brush strokes is actually its own individual stroke. So just the way Toon Boom Harmony works, and I actually really like this a lot, that it separates every individual stroke. If for whatever reason you didn't want it to do that, there is this auto flatten option right here. So if I were to do the same thing, looks like it still looks the same. I was thinking it might flatten the texture, but it seems like it's looking the same. But if I select it, it's all the same vector shape. So one thing that might be confusing if you're coming from a different program is, let's say I wanted to cut out like a little circle from this piece of art. Well, when I do that, it just selects all the different brush strokes within that circle. So if you want to select a specific section of art, that's actually done with the cutter tool. So you may see these little arrows underneath the tools here, these little white arrows. Anytime you see that with a tool, that means there's subtools underneath it. So to access those, you click and hold on that tool, and you'll see all your different subtools. So cutter is underneath the black arrow tool, and then underneath the white arrow tool is some pretty useful ones. So centerline editor, pencil editor, perspective, envelope, and edit texture and gradient. Those are the ones I use the most under the white arrow tool. Under the brush tool, we've got brush and repaint brush. Repaint brush, just really quickly, if you have that selected, instead of being an actual brush, it just repaints things in whatever color. So that's what the repaint brush is used for. You can also, instead of selecting the repaint brush, you also have this repaint button down here under your brush tool, which I find easier. I find it easier to select that to repaint things. I'm on a bit of a tangent, but we'll get back to the cutter tool in a second. The hotkey also for repaint, instead of clicking that button or selecting the tool, is hold down X. If you're on the brush tool and you hold down X, that is the hotkey for repainting. So that's pretty useful for making like colored lines and things like that. So back to the cutter tool, which is under the black arrow tool. Here, let's set white arrow tool back. Hold down mouse button on black arrow tool. Select the cutter tool. So if I wanted to select a certain section of my art and move it, that's how I would do it. So the cutter tool is used a lot for things like moving things around and cutting things out or deleting stuff. Another really useful thing for it is let's go back to, let's use our pencil tool this time actually. Another really useful thing about the cutter tool is if you draw, say for example, let's just draw an idea for a head here. What the cutter tool can be really useful for is for getting rid of these overlapping lines. So all you have to do is just select a line through any overlapping lines and it gets rid of it, just like that. And it makes a nice clean cut. Actually, let me undo that. Let me show you something. One reason I didn't like the pencil tool at first, and it's just because I didn't know about a setting. So by default with the cutter tool, this option is changed to bevel, I think. So just to show you what that does, if I use the cutter tool on it, you'll see these really ugly corners happen. Whereas with the brush tool, if I were to do the same thing with the brush tool and the cutter tool, let me just draw the same shape over here. So if I make the same shape and use the cutter tool, and if I were to cut these out, sometimes this happens where like the gesture doesn't work and it just selects it. All you have to do is press backspace or delete to get rid of it, which is kind of annoying. It just happens sometimes. So you can see a nice clean corner here. Well, if I were to undo again, this should be on by default. It's not, but what you want to do under your cutter tool to prevent that weird corner from happening with your pencil tool is change this endpoint here. From bevel, change that to round. If you change that, then anytime you use the cutter tool, it won't have those ugly corners in the corner there. Switching between tools. So, if I want to switch to my brush tool, I can hold down, let's see, if I'm on brush tool, and I wanted to erase, for example, I can hold down E. And as long as I'm holding down E, I'll be on my eraser. So I'm still holding down E. As soon as I let go of E, it goes back to the tool I was on. So that's kind of a useful thing that you can temporarily switch to different tools. So for example, if I'm on the brush tool and I really want to quickly switch to the cutter tool, the hotkey for the cutter tool is T for time to get rid of those lines. So I don't know why this happens, this whole weird thing. And the annoying thing about that is if I let go of T to delete it, then I lose my selection. So that's annoying. One thing I'll usually do is I'll add a delete button up here. So all these buttons up here, you can customize. You can right click, go to customize, and you can add a ton of different tools onto this toolbar right here. I like customizing this toolbar a lot. So let's just search for, we'll search for delete. So you just select delete, then click this arrow to add it to your toolbar, and then click apply. Press OK. And now I can hold down T, and if it's doing that weird thing, it shouldn't do this, but if it is doing that weird thing, now all I have to do is go up here and press that delete button to get rid of it. Kind of an annoying workaround, but it is what it is. Like I said, that's not the default behavior. It shouldn't be doing that. It should be getting rid of it. So holding down the tool switches to it temporarily, right? So if I hold down E and let go of E, now I'm back on the brush. If you want to permanently switch to a tool, you need to use the Alt button to switch to it. So if I use Alt and E, then I'll be on the eraser tool. Or if I use Alt and T, then it'll switch me Alt T, Alt T. It's not working. I swear. Anytime I do a class, it's like this thing that behaves the same every single day. It's not gonna work today. It's not gonna do what it's supposed to. Alt and T is supposed to switch to the cutter tool. I don't know why it's not. Let's see, what else? Oh, let's go over the centerline and pencil editors, because these are super duper useful. Let's start with the brush tool. So, remember how I was saying with the brush, you can't really, like, take your white arrow tool and, like, move it or nudge it or anything? Well, they actually added a tool called the centerline editor. So you can tell it's for brushes because it's got a little brush icon here. So if you select that, you can actually treat your brush strokes as pencil lines. So you can actually move these points around, and you can even nudge them and smooth them out with the centerline editor. Super duper cool. Really neat feature if you're working on a project that uses the brush tool. That's really neat that it treats it like a pencil line. And still, it's still a brush vector object, so pretty cool. With the pencil tool, if we take our pencil tool here, what the pencil editor does, which is under the white arrow tool, pencil editor, the pencil editor can change the line width of something. So you'll see all these little red dots. So if you click and drag them, it changes the width of your pencil line. And if you hold shift, it'll edit both of them. You can also select these and press backspace or delete to get rid of them, just to simplify things. So if I wanted to get rid of this one, for example, I can press backspace to delete it. If I want to add one, I just hold down Control. You'll see a little plus icon right here. So I can press Control click, and that'll add in points where I can change the width of my pencil here. If I hold down Shift and bring these 2 points at the end just close together like that, instantly get a taper, which is very cool. So yeah, that's mostly what I use the pencil editor for, is for adjusting line weight on the fly or for adding a taper to your brush stroke, to your pencil stroke. So I'm a big pencil fan now. I used to be a brush boy, but now I'm a pencil boy, for just the flexibility of it, being able to change the size of it and stuff. If you want to change the size globally on your pencil line, you can select it, and under your tool properties, you'll see all your options for what kind of pencil stroke this can be. So you can change the maximum size up here, and you'll see a little outline of how big it's going to go. You can change the minimum size, so if you didn't want those tapers there, you can up that up to 100 even, or bring it back down, which I guess once you made it 100, it loses all that information, so let's just undo before we did that. Will centerline work after editing the brush vectors? It should do. Yeah, it should work anytime. Whether it works well or not, that's up for debate. So if I were to make something really funky, something like that, and use the centerline editor, it's probably not gonna work as well. You can work fine with these spots where it's aligned, but here it kind of doesn't know what to do, so you're gonna get some weird results with things like this. So it just depends with the brush tool. Like, sometimes you'll get weird results and sometimes you won't. But if you're wanting to fix like a really small thing in a pinch, the centerline editor can be really useful. Let's see, with this pencil tool, so I'm just going to select it with my black arrow tool to bring up my pencil properties again. So you can select what kind of pencil line it is here as well. So you can choose where the tapering is going to be, which is really cool. You can have it have fat ends just like that. for these ends here, you can see how the ends are flat, just like this. You can also change the ends of your brush, of your pencil stroke right here as well. So we can set these to round, just to make it look a bit nicer. And join, I usually just keep round. I usually don't change this unless I'm going for a specific look. You can have it be squared off or beveled. Usually I just keep it round. But yeah, you can change the ends this way. You can change the texture by going down here and selecting different textures. There's even ways to import your own textures. You can export a black and white PNG, I believe, and import it as your own texture to modify your pencil texture. And there's even ways to make this texture like wiggle around and stuff to make it look like it's alive and a living drawing. It's pretty cool. So, hoo boy, I think that's just about it. The eraser tool works just like the brush tool. So it's got pressure sensitivity, you've got an option for bitmap. Oh, I haven't even gone over bitmaps. Oh man. Let's go over bitmaps before we move on. I'm gonna take a drink of water really quick. Does anyone have any questions before I move on about the brush and pencil tool or any of the tools that we've gone over so far? What is the main difference between them? So I went over that earlier, Personima, but basically the pencil tool is a very editable line that you're drawing with, and then the brush tool is a filled-in vector shape that's a little less flexible to work with. But may be more intuitive for like sketching or people who are new to drawing in Toon Boom. They do look the same, which is actually what's kind of cool. Typically with the pencil tool, I don't know if Adobe Animate has changed this, but in Adobe Animate, the pencil tool never had pencil thickness. Kind of one of the cool things, one of the many cool things of Toon Boom Harmony over Animate is you can have pressure sensitivity on your pencil. Super duper neat. Wonder if there's an option to maintain the thickness of the pencil line when you make it smaller or bigger. So, do you mean like, let me know if this is what you mean. So, if I've gone through and I've like done some edits to this pencil thickness, so it's like thick here and thin here, and I wanted to do just like a global change to it, let me know if this is what you mean. So you can't take your black arrow tool, select your pencil line, and then go under tool properties and just change the maximum and minimum size. So that changes the whole stroke but keeps all of the same ratios the same. So it's still thin here, thick here, still keeps our taper. So you can adjust that after the fact, just like that. Let's go over bitmap stuff really quick. When you go bigger or smaller with the selection tool. Oh, you mean like when you scale it down. Oops. When you scale it down like this. Yeah, so you get stuff like this. So technically this is the same size, but it appears thicker just because it's smaller, right? Or if you scale it up, it looks like it's getting thinner. So this is a little bit more advanced, but what you can do is you can edit the properties of a layer. Let me just take this, move it down onto my examples layer here. So you can edit a layer's property by either double clicking on it or pressing the hotkey of Shift E to bring up the layer properties. So again, this is a bit advanced, but you can go under line thickness and let's see. So I'll admit this is something I would have to experiment with before I got the result I was looking for, but I believe you can edit whether it changes with the camera or not in this option here. Maybe preserve line thickness. Scale. Yeah, so there's two different ways to scale. This is a little bit outside what we're talking about, but what we can do is we can add a peg to here, and if we add a keyframe and then scale it up using our transform tool. So if we go into render view, this is what it looks like rendered. But if we scale it up using our transform tool, let's see. So that's one way you can keep it consistent is, or one way, how to word this. So let's say you had a character rig made up of pencil strokes, and you wanted him to get, if you wanted that character to get closer to the camera, if you added a peg and you scaled that character up closer to camera, you can see in this example, it's not appearing to get smaller. Same if I shrunk it down, now it's looking just like the same pencil thickness. So that's something you can adjust. That's the thing I was talking about, how it adjusts the pencil thickness. So with the line thickness option, if you go to zoom independent thickness and you turn that back on, then, you know, if your character gets closer to the camera, the line thins out, and if he gets further away from the camera, the line gets thicker. It doesn't get thicker or thin out, it just visually appears that way because it's a smaller piece of art. So if you did not want it to do that, you would uncheck this zoom independent thickness option, and then it would just stay consistent. So a bit of a tangent, but that's basically how line thickness works with Toon Boom Harmony and scaling and character artwork with the camera. So let me get rid of that peg here. So let's make a new layer. So to make a new layer, I'm going to click this new layer button right here, which has all the different shapes. If I click that, it gets you this window. So you have the option of making vector art or bitmap art, and it allows you to pick one or the other for each art layer that the layer is going to have. So let's do a bitmap line art layer, and we'll call this bitmap. So this is really cool. This is one of the most exciting things about Toon Boom Harmony. To me, is the ability to use bitmap brushes. Since there are textured vector brushes, I actually don't use the bitmap layers as much as I used to. I used to really like them a lot, but honestly, they get kind of bulky compared to the vector ones. So usually when I want a textured brush, I'll just use the vectored textured brushes. But you do have the option to make a bitmap layer, go in here, and let's see, what's a good bitmap brush? We could select pastel, draw with that. We could use our airbrush here, select a different color. So we'll go over color later, but here you can see, rather than different color pots, it's actually a slider that we can move around. So we can up the saturation, select a green, and we'll get a little green airbrush. Again, same thing, you can hold down O, bring up the size, do that. You can adjust its brush settings using this arrow tool here. Again, you'll see many of the similar kind of options as the vectored brush. But one thing about bitmap layers is they're not quite as flexible, of course. You know, if I were to... So you can zoom in and see that they are bitmaps. See, they're made of pixels instead of vector points. So one thing is you cannot move individual brushstrokes around. There's also this weird... I don't like this, and I don't know how to work with it if it's giving you problems, which it has for me with like really large files. You have this dotted line right here. This is kind of like your maximum drawing size for bitmap layers. So if I were to draw like over here, you could see it's not letting me draw past that point. So there's been cases where like this dotted line is on such a huge file that's like scaled down that it'll like cut into the scene. And I don't know how to change it. If anyone knows how to fix or make this bigger, please let me know. But yeah, that's one limitation with it. If you want to move things around, again, you can use your cutter tool, which is under your black arrow tool. So same philosophy. You can use your cutter tool and just move things around. But as soon as you let go, they're going to merge. So I can no longer select this blue, for example. It's going to be merged with all that stuff. But you can do things like repaint. So if I take my brush tool and make like a red color and select this repaint option down here. So same thing, you can still repaint stuff if you wanted to keep transparency and things like that. Oh, that sounds promising, Afro. Yeah, I've looked everywhere in like settings and stuff, and I could not figure out how to adjust that dotted line. Très annoying, stupid. So that's bitmap brushes, and that's all I have to say about that. Let's move on to Fill Bucket. Oh, also, there's all these little buttons down here in the camera view. These can be pretty useful. It'll be kind of hard to tell on this scene just because there's no like extra layers or anything. But basically, the light box, this light bulb, is really useful for turning on, and it'll fade out all the other layers, just so when you're drawing on top, you know, everything else is like faded out, so you can more easily see what you're drawing. So I use Lightbox sometimes. Stay on top, if something's like behind a bunch of layers, you can use Stay on Top to bring it to the front, just visually, so you can work on it. Camera mask, very useful to turn on and then kind of zoom out and take a look at your composition, make sure that it's looking good. Safe area, do people use safe area still? And then reset view. The reset view, if you don't want to use the shortcut, you can always click this button right here to reset your view to fit the screen. Oh, for sure. Yeah, that makes sense, chicken. Yeah, I think my plan was to go over all the tools, and then in the next section, we'll go over how to animate stuff. Ooh, thank you, Terzi. I will check that out. Let's see. I'm curious to try this. Let's make a new bitmap layer. Add and close. Blank this out. Alright, so scene resolution. Oh, wait. This is if you're making a new bitmap layer, though. I don't think this is how you can adjust one that's already created. Yeah, no, this doesn't change something. This is I think this just changes when you're making a new one. Scene settings. Sorry, just a little bit of a tangent. Drawing resolution. So if you set that to like 500, press OK. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it changes it, but if we made a new bitmap layer, let's see. Yeah, for the new bitmap layer, it's been adjusted, but it doesn't change one that already exists. Okay, moving on. Fill bucket and gradients. Let's see. So, filling in stuff is pretty easy in Toon Boom, so basic enough. We'll also go over color in this section and how color works in Toon Boom. So if I were to go into my paint bucket here, you can select your colors down here under your color window. So if you want to make a new color, you just click this plus button right here to create a new color. And if you want to edit that color, you just double click on the, well, if you double click on the inside of it, it goes into renaming mode, so you can name it whatever. But if you want to edit the color, you can double click on the corner right here. And then you can edit the color in this color picker window right here. So by default, it's on this weird color editor where it's like blue up here and cyan over here. I don't know why it does this by default, but to get a normal color picker, just select this H right here. So if you select the H, it'll go back to the default color picker. It does that every time I start Toon Boom. I don't know why it doesn't remember this setting, but anyways. So you can select the hue up here, and you can adjust the saturation, lightness, and darkness up here. And then you can change the opacity of your layer down here, just like this. We'll go over gradients in a bit, but once we're happy with our color, we just click X, and it's been saved right here. So all you do is fill in with the paint bucket tool, just like that. You can select different colors and repaint them in, just like that. Some really useful paint buckets. So you can see the white arrow tool, or the white arrow on your paint bucket right here. If we were to click and hold, you can see paint, unpainted, repaint, unpaint. These are super duper useful. Also stroke and close gap. Paint unpainted is really useful for painting a whole bunch of shapes that haven't been filled in. So things like this. If I wanted to fill in all these bubbles, I can use paint unpainted, select my blue right here, and just drag a lasso around all my shapes just like that, and it fills it in. Whereas if I were to use just the regular paint bucket tool and do that same thing, it fills in the outlines as well. So it just fills in everything, just not really thinking about it. When's this live going to end? So we're going to take a break in about 30 minutes, a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back, and the live stream will be going until about 12 o'clock. So after I go through all the tools, we'll... no more tangents. No more tangents for now. So after we go over all the tools, then we'll go over all the animation stuff. I'm almost done with tools. The very next topic is how to animate. So we'll get onto like the timeline and stuff, but it's important to know how to use all these tools because they do come in handy for once you've started animating, and also just to experiment with and to know that they're there. Repaint. So repaint is useful for, like it says, for repainting things. So instead of filling everything in, if I wanted to just repaint all these lines to be a different color, for example, if I wanted them to be this purple that we made, I can do the same thing, select it all, and it repaints it as purple without filling anything in. It just changes the color. Unpaint is a little bit more nuanced. What unpaint does is it gets rid of the filled in paint information, but it keeps all of the strokes. So right now, we can't see the pencil lines, but actually, never mind. So unpaint, it's useful for like, if you wanted to, let's say for example, here, let's do this. Let's draw in some holes in these donuts here. So if I were to use paint unpainted and fill in all these circles just like that, what unpaint is useful for is just getting rid of some of that paint. Just like that. The reason that we have things like unpaint instead of just, you know, selecting it and deleting it is with unpaint or any of these other paint tool options is you can actually go through and do the same operation on every single frame using this button. We'll go over that later, but just be aware that there is the option to fill in all of your animation in one go, super duper easily. So if I go into, let's see, let's create a gradient. Let's talk about gradients really quick. So I'm just gonna draw just a few squares here. Let's see, let's set that to like this size. Just draw some squares just like this. And let's take our paint bucket tool, make a new color. And we'll call this gradient. So to create a gradient, we just want to go down here to where it says gradient and just click this check mark right here. So with the gradient, you've got this bar here where it changes from one color to another. So if we made it go from red to blue, isn't that ugly? You could do a linear gradient, which is just straight from one color to the other, or you can do radial, which is more like a circle gradient. Let's do a radial gradient for now, or a linear gradient for now. What you can also do is you can, for example, if you wanted to do something like a shadow, you can change both of these to your shadow color, and then select one of these houses, and just drag the alpha down to 0. And that's a really easy way to create a shadow. Another thing you can do after editing these colors, you can add more colors by clicking down here to add another house just like this, and you can add more colors that way just by clicking in this blank area down here. If you want to get rid of any of these, you just click the house and drag down to get rid of it. So it's kind of like you're selecting it and moving it away from the gradient, just like that. So let's make a nice like a blue gradient, just like this. So once we're happy with it, we'll click X to close it down. So when we fill things in with the gradient, it just fills it in according to the shape of the object, just like this. If we want to edit the gradient, that is under our white arrow tool, which is up here. So if we hold down and go under Edit Gradient and Texture, select that. Now we can select any of these gradients here. We can rotate them, we can shrink them down, we can position them around just like this. And if you want to, say, take the same gradient and apply it to all these other boxes here, what you can do is select the gradient with your Edit Gradient and Texture thing, press Ctrl-C to copy it, and then paste it using Ctrl-V in all these other boxes right here, just like that. So now you can see it's all the same gradient. So unfortunately, it doesn't link them or anything. So if you did edit the gradient, you know, it's not going to update with everything else. So if I were to take this gradient, move it, shrink it down, rotate it, you know, I would have to redo my Control-C by selecting this one, and then Control-V to paste it on all these other ones, just like that. So just something to be aware of. That's how you copy and paste gradients onto other objects. All right. Finally, let's move on to animation. Let's move on to animation stuff. Again, I'm going to take a drink of water. Does anyone have any questions so far? All right. So, animation timeline. So for this, I am going to get rid of all this other stuff. We are only going to focus on animation for now. So this is the point where, let's say you've started a new scene and you want to start animating. So first of all, and this is something I should have gone over in my first tutorial, but if you want to change the size of your scene, like the scene length, by default it's at 60, so you can see my scene ends at 60 frames. If you want to change that, you can go up to Scene, and then Scene Settings. Not Scene Settings, I'm sorry. You want to go up to Scene, and then Scene Length right here. So you change scene length, and you can set that to as little or as much as you want. So if you wanted it longer, you could type in 120, just like that. And it makes our animation longer. So now it's 120 frames. You can also take this bracket right here, this red bracket, and just slide it around manually. And that'll also change how short or how long your scene is. You may see these scenes up here, these start and stop numbers. That may be confusing, as you might think that might adjust the scene length, but it does not. These numbers are just for playback and preview purposes only. Same for this frames per second drop down. This does not change your scene. This is only for temporary preview purposes, changing any of these numbers. If you want to change your frames per second, or how big your aspect ratio is, that you go under Scene and then Scene Settings. So here you can change it from 1920 by 1080. You could do like a square, for example. I really like, for like Twitter and stuff, I like making a 750 by 750 square. You can also change the frames per second here by typing something else. We can change that to 12. There's also this drop down of these default frames per second. If you don't see it in the drop down, you can just type it manually here under frames per second. And that's it for now. We'll press OK. All right, so here I have an example, just something I sketched out really quickly. Actually, we could even go simpler than this. Let's keep it simple. Let's just draw a bloke like this. So we'll give him a circle head with an ear. We'll give him eyes just like this, and a smiley face. You could draw shoulders on him too, I guess, if you wanted to. So there's our little dude. It's kind of looking like Shrek. I don't know if I like that ear. Maybe we just move that in a little bit. So there's our dude. There, that looks cute. Alright, let's say you wanted to animate this guy. First of all, when you make a new layer in Toon Boom, by default, it's only going to be 1 frame long. So down here is your timeline. This is where all of your layers are going to go, your layers being on the left side, and then how long your animation is will be this length right here. So if I were to drag my playhead, which is this red tick mark right here, this is kind of like scrubbing through your timeline. This is to navigate through your animation. So if I were to scrub through, you can see that he disappears. He doesn't last for the whole frame. And you can see that visually here. Actually, you wouldn't even see it like that. It would look more like this. So if I wanted this frame to last longer, I would need to extend the exposure of it. So right now it's being exposed for 1 frame. It's only exposed and lasting for 1 frame long. So to extend the exposure, I can go down in my timeline, right click on it, and go to Extend Exposure, the hotkey for it being F5. So if I click on that, now he lasts for 30 frames. So if I scrub through, I can see that my character stays on for 30 frames and then disappears. We can do the same for our title up here. We can press F5 to extend that exposure. And I think our scene's not going to be longer than 30 frames, so I'm going to go up to Scene, Scene Length, and just set that to 30. Just like that. And again, if you want to make a new layer, it's this button right here, or you can click the plus button right here. Oops, I guess you gotta click and hold. And here you can see all the different kinds of layers that you can add. Really, the only ones you really are probably going to add are either drawing or camera. And we'll go over camera later. But if you hold down the plus and select drawing, that'll bring up the add drawing layer. You can name it whatever. Add and close. And if you want to get rid of a layer, you can click this minus button to get rid of it, just like that. If you ever do something you didn't mean to do, you can press Control Z to undo, and Control Shift Z is to redo in Toon Boom Harmony. So now we have our guy, he's lasting our entire animation. So let's do something simple. Let's make him blink, yeah? So we could do a thing where we just redraw this whole character, right? But let's make it easy on ourselves. Let's make a new layer using and animate only his eyes, and we'll keep his body just as a still frame. So I'm gonna double click on this title here and just rename it to body. Just like that. Make a new layer, we'll call it eyes. Add and close. So here's one aspect of copying and pasting. So copying and pasting works different in your camera view versus your timeline view. So I'll show you what I mean. If I were to copy down here and paste right here, let's see, did that actually? Okay. Let's see, I'm trying to think of how to explain this. So let's say we just wanted to copy the eyes, right? We just wanted to copy the eyes from the character. So I can take my black arrow tool. Let me set this back to white arrow tool. I can take my black arrow tool, select the eyes right here, and then if I'm down in my timeline and I press Control C and go up to the eyes and press Control V, what it's done is it's not copied the drawing, the eyes from the camera view. It's not copied my selection from here, right? It's copied the frames from the timeline because I did the shortcut copy and paste in the timeline view. So if we were to go into the drawing view, just to kind of isolate the layer, you can see under this eyes here, it didn't copy and paste just the eyes. It copied and pasted the whole character, which is not what we wanted. So let's delete that layer, or let's delete that frame. If we wanted to copy just a body part from this drawing, what we would do is we would select the body, go up to our canvas here, select the eyes just like this, and instead of copy with Control C, what I'm going to do is press Control X to cut. So what cut does is it deletes it, but it also adds it to your clipboard. It adds it to your paste information. So I can cut his eyes, which is a morbid image, go up to my eyes layer, and go back into my canvas view, so you can see my red outline around my canvas view, and press Control V, and that'll paste the eyes right here. So now if we go into drawing view, which kind of isolates the layer, we can see we've only copied and pasted the eyes. And you can also see that if I turn on the lightbox here. So if I turn on lightbox, it fades out everything except the layer that I have selected. So you can see we only have his eyes here, which is exactly what we wanted. Again, we need to extend the exposure because his eyes disappear. So we'll go down to frame 30, press F5 to extend it, just like that. There we go. All right, so let's make him blink. So let's have him blink around frame 12. So here's how to animate traditionally in Toon Boom Harmony. So every time you're going to want to make a new frame, you're going to want to create it down here in the timeline using either of these two buttons. So there's Create Empty Drawing, or there's Create Duplicate Drawing. So what Duplicate Drawing does is, if I click that, and if I navigate away from my timeline, you can see this little line right here. So this is our first drawing, happens all the way up to here, and then our duplicate drawing that we created starts from here and then stays on the scene. So if I'm right here editing this duplicate drawing that we just created, and let's say I take his eyes and scale them up just like this, like he gets super surprised, you can see if I scrub from left to right, his eyes scale up. So that's a way that you can make a new frame without recreating the same drawing, is using the duplicate art drawing, or a duplicate frame button. So let me undo that. So what you might think without knowing about these two buttons is, oh, I can go onto frame 12 and then just take his eyes and scale them up, right? And that happens on frame 12. Well, it doesn't, because you haven't created a new frame right here. All you're doing is editing frame number 1, even if you're later on in the timeline. Because frame 1 has been exposed throughout this whole timeline. So really you're not editing anything on frame 12, you're just editing the same frame. So that's why it's important to know that if you want to make a new frame, you're going to either have to click Create a Blank Drawing or Create a Duplicate Drawing. And you'll know that you have a new frame because you'll see a little tick mark right here. So I'm going to go onto frame 12 and I'm going to select Create a Blank Drawing to start his blink. And an important thing about animation is we need to be able to see the frames that came before it, right? So what that is an onion skin. So to turn on the onion skin, we want to click this button down here, Turn on Onion Skin. And you'll see a little red onion skin appears. It's a little hard to see just because I have it set to be kind of faded. So I'm going to go up to here, click on this light bulb lamp looking thing. This is how you can adjust your light table and onion skin opacity. So I'm going to turn up the onion skin opacity just so we can see it a bit better. Press OK. So for my personal preferences, I have it set up to be red is the previous frame and green will be the future frame. So because it's red, I know that's my previous frame. So for his blink, let's animate his eyes being half closed. So we'll just draw his eyes being half closed, just like this. We'll also bring his eyebrows down, just like that. Okay. And then let's go forward 2 frames. And then on the eyes, we'll click Create Blank Drawing again. And you'll see now my onion skin is showing my half closed eyes. So now I'll just draw his eyes being fully closed, just like this. And bring his eyebrows down even more. Alright, and then we want to have his eyes come back up for the blink. So what we can do is we can copy this halfway up frame right here by selecting it in our timeline. Press Ctrl-C to copy it. Go down 2 frames and then press Ctrl-V to paste it. And then we want his eyes to be open after the blink, so we'll go back to frame 1, which you can copy it from any point in this timeline. I could copy it from frame 10 if I wanted to even. So I'll press Ctrl-C to copy his open eye frame, and then I'll paste it 2 frames forward, just like that. Paste it. And now if we play our animation by clicking the play button, you'll see he blinks. Yay! If you want to have your animation loop when you're playing it, you can turn on this loop icon right here, just to have it loop. And there we go, we have a little blinking animation. Super easy. If you want to export this animation that you just made and you're super proud of, you just go up to File, Export, and then click Movie. So again, that's File, Export, Movie. So we'll save this under our Toon Boom Harmony class file. We'll call this Blink. Save that. So here's the settings I usually use when I'm exporting a video from Toon Boom Harmony. I like to change this from QuickTime Movie to H.264. H.264 is just going to take up a bit less space than a QuickTime Movie, so that's why I like to select H.264 up here. You can specify how many frames. Typically, you're going to want to export all of your frames. Resolution, you can change here. I don't want it to be any smaller or bigger, so I'm just going to keep it on the same resolution. And then color space, I always leave alone. So, and then movie options is grayed out just because with H.264, it's already setting your movie options for you, which is great because it just makes it easier for us. We don't need to worry about it. So we'll just press OK. And that took no time at all. You didn't even see the loading bar because it's such a short animation. But now, if we open our blink animation, you can see the little blink animation that we created. Super cool. So now what you can do is you can take this blink.mov movie and you can upload it to YouTube or anywhere else you want to upload it to. If you wanted to upload it on your phone, you could email this file to yourself and then download it on your phone. And that way you can upload it from your phone onto TikTok or whatever platform you want to use. So that's how to export your animation. Let's talk a little bit more about the timeline when we get back from break, yeah? It's about 10 o'clock, so we're going to take a 15-minute break and get back to class, talk more about animation. We'll get really into depth with how to create a whole scene from scratch. We'll talk about how to lip sync audio, how to import a background image, and go over some tools that I like to use when I'm animating traditionally with frame-by-frame animation. So yeah, blink us goodbye, dude. So yeah, 15-minute break. We'll be back. I'll set a timer here. Grab a snack, get up and stretch, and I'll see you guys in 15 minutes.
glistens and everything's bright. Everyone's happy and spirits are light. I am sitting here thinking, alone with my drink, as I do this time of the year. Do you remember when love was around? When we were aglow, the talk of the town. When I'm sitting here drinking, I can't help but think about you, about us, as I do this time of the year. I remember me being with you. Was that just a dream that never came true? I am sitting here sinking, drink after drink, as I do this time of the year. I thought I was trying to forget you. I must have forgotten. I am lost in my memories, pouring the hours away. Say, do you remember we used to be near? You don't recall, you forgot as I'd feared. I don't blame you if memory fails you, but I must admit I am thinking on you every minute, each hour, every day of the year.
Alright, let's get back to it. Hey, welcome back everyone. Alright, this is the part I'm really excited for. We're gonna make a whole new animation straight from scratch. We're gonna start right from the beginning. So I'm gonna go up to File, New. I'm gonna make a new project. We'll call it Dialogue Scene. So if you're making a cartoon with acting in it, or dialogue, or some kind of audio, this is the part you're gonna want to watch. So, I'm gonna make a new scene. Let's see, I'll bring back my camera view up here, just because I like it. There we go. Alright, so first off, I have a background that I want to import. So to import an image in Toon Boom Harmony, we want to go up to File, Import, and select Images. And then we'll browse to where our background is, select background.jpg, and open that up. So, the settings I like to use, first of all, we want to create a single layer. You can rename it here if you wanted to. We'll just leave it as background for now. Instead of Toon Boom Bitmap drawing, I like usually selecting Keep as Original Bitmap. Or no, I'm sorry. Import as Toon Boom Bitmap drawing is the setting I like to use. And for the alignment, I like to keep it as the actual size typically. But since this is a background, so this is how Toon Boom is going to size it to your scene. So I want it to take up the entire scene and be fit into the background here. For alpha, always set this to straight. You almost never, unless you have a reason to, want to select these pre-multiplied options. Your transparency, you always want to leave this as straight. So with these settings the way they are, I'm going to click OK. And there we have our background. So you can see our background layer right here under our timeline. And since I don't want to edit it or do any animation to it, I can lock it off by clicking this lock icon right here. And that'll prevent me from like clicking on it or accidentally animating on it. And you can see this no symbol. I see people comment about this sometimes, that they can't draw or do anything. If you see this no symbol and you can't draw, make sure you have a layer selected where you have the ability to draw. So just something to be in mind of. Maybe you don't have a layer selected if you're seeing that. So now that we have our background, let's import some audio. So to import audio into our scene, you might have guessed it, we go up to File, Import, and then Sound. So we'll go to our class and we'll select Sound Clip, click Open, and you'll see it gets added to our scene right here. You can see the waveform for it. So with audio, it's important to be able to scrub through it to hear different mouth shapes, where mouth shapes need to go. Also, this audio scene, or this scene, is probably not long enough. We're on 60 frames, so we're probably going to want to extend that. Let's go huge, and then we'll shrink it down. So I'm going to set this to 300. And let's see how far we need to go. So it looks like it ends about 210. So I'll set my scene length to 210. Press OK. And my background probably doesn't extend that far, so I'm going to unlock my background layer. Go to the end of the timeline for my background layer. Press F5 to extend that. And then lock it off again. Okay. And also for this animation, I created a little character sheet that I want to reference, a little model sheet. So I'm going to import that as well. So I'm going to go up to File, Import Images again. I'm gonna browse, and I'm gonna select character design and press open. So this is a character design that he's literally a napkin doodle. Like, I didn't spend too much thought on him. But I thought it could be useful to have a little character reference to go off of when we're animating. So you can see it added it at the bottom here underneath my background. So I want it to be above my background so I can see it. So if you want to rearrange these layers, you can just click and hold and drag, and you'll see wherever this blue line happens, that's where your layer is going to be. So I want to have it just above the background here. So I'll let go right there. And there you can see our character design. So he's a fancy lad. Just drew a couple of faces of him squashing and stretching as he's emoting. Also an aspect ratio for how much head versus how much mouth. And then some hands, just because I gave him big hands just so we can act with his hands as we're drawing him. So we don't want this to be visible as we're animating, so I'm just gonna select this character design and move it off to the side here, just like that. There we go. Alright, so let's hear our animation. Let's hear our little audio clip that we're gonna be animating to. So under our play options over here, you'll see these two speaker icons. So there's a regular speaker and a speaker with an S on it. So regular speaker just enables sound. It enables us to hear sound when we play our animation. And then scrubbing, so right now when I drag my timeline, nothing happens. But if I turn on scrubbing, that might be a little bit loud. Let me turn that down. Is that okay? Hopefully that's not too loud. But you can hear the word "to" because you scrub through it. So you can lip sync by scrubbing through and knowing exactly where mouth shapes need to happen. And that's what scrubbing is useful for. That's what this button is useful for. So let's play through our audio just to hear what it sounds like. We'll play through it a couple of times.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
Okay, one more time.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
All right. Fun little bit of audio to animate some acting to. And this is a fun exercise. I recommend getting audio from a movie you really like with some good acting and animating a little character to it. So I'm going to start drawing. I already have a drawing layer that's blank by default. It comes with it when I create a new scene in Toon Boom Harmony. Also be sure to save often. Don't always have your hand on Control S and like save almost after every action you do. Just a good habit to get into with anything really. So let's thumbnail out some stuff. So let's play it just one more time just to get an idea of what the lines are. So how's it go? There's two things. Let's hear it again.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
All right. So here, there's two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch. So there's like three different parts. So thumbnailing, what I like to do for thumbnails, let's turn off the background just to keep things simple, and we'll also turn on our camera mask with this button right here, and just zoom out really far. We'll grab our brush here, and I have a little sketchy brush that I like to use. Let's see. This guy right here. Let's also make a new color, so I'm going to click plus to add a new color. And I'm going to call this sketch. This will be my sketch color. It's just going to be a dark, semi-transparent gray. Close that. How does that feel? That feels alright. So let's figure out the composition. So I figure he's gonna be just from like the waist up, right? He's saying something to somebody off screen, so we'll have him. He's also a bit perturbed. He's a bit like upset about something. So literally, here's all the detail you need with a thumbnail. Just that. That's enough. Let's also let's extend this. So right now it's only lasting for 1 frame. I'm gonna turn off scrubbing just so I don't annoy your ears. I'm gonna extend that exposure just so he lasts the full frame. So there are, we'll have him back up here. So I'm gonna use create blank frame just to blank that out. You can see there's a new blank animation frame here. To go frame forward and frame backwards, you use period and comma. So that's how you can go forwards and backwards. I have mine set up to G and H just because, you know, it's easier for me. Again, it's that left side of the keyboard thing. It's easier to reach G and H rather than period and comma. So here we'll have him kind of cross his arms, giving you the business. Here's something with acting I would try to avoid with animation. So he says the word, there's 2 things, right? There's 2 things I can't stand. One thing I would avoid with animation and acting in general is obvious gestures, right? And you see this with a lot of beginning animators. It's like, oh, he's saying there's 2 things I can't stand. So, you know, I'll draw him going like, there's only 2 things I can't stand. Right? You see this a lot in like beginning animation where they just do the obvious gesture. Or let's say they're giving someone the business and they're like, you aren't pulling your weight. You're not helping. Something like that, right? It's like pointing at you. And it's just like, I would try to avoid those like obvious gestures. Or if he's like, if maybe he's being inquisitive and he's like, I'm thinking of a number, and he points to his head, you know? Just avoid stuff like that if you can. Like, your acting will be a lot better if you don't go the Mr. Bean route, you know? So that's why I have him just crossing his arms, just being upset. You know, there's only 2 things I can't stand. Let's see, just get rid of that exposure.
There are only 2 things I can't stand in this world. People who are in...
People, so let's have him change pose a little bit here. We'll have him kind of bring his arms down. And these are so quick, like, the point of thumbnails is they're so fast that you can delete them and get rid of them if you need to. And just experiment. Like, this should only take like a couple of minutes. Basing the poses more on emotions rather than the words. Yeah, and just like, I was gonna say act it out, but if you're if you act it out in the mirror and you end up doing those poses, then yeah, I don't know. It's just something to keep in mind, you know. If it fits, it fits. You know, it's like those poses are like Comic Sans. It's like they're overused, but you know, they have their time and their place. So it's not a rule. It's just like something to think about. That's all. But yeah, basing it on the emotions rather than the words is a really good way to put it.
People who are intolerant of...
I really like how he says intolerant, so maybe we'll have a little head shake. A little head shake with his eyes closed, like intolerant. Have his arms go like back like that. Yeah, thank you, Tersey. Appreciate you being here. Everyone's been super cool. I don't think anyone got the banhammer today. Everyone's been super cool and helpful. Let's see. So, intolerant. So, keep his eyes closed. Intolerant. Have him lean forward a little bit. And flipping back and forth, I can kind of feel where these energies are going. Intolerant. And then here he'll stand back up. Of other people's cultures. Here he's still leaning forward. Another thing for acting in animation is thinking about the line of action. So you may have heard this term before where the line of action, it often follows the spine, but it doesn't always. So here's a decent line of action one. It's just the through line through the pose. And a really strong pose is going to have a strong line of action. Even someone who's just standing still probably wouldn't have a line of action like this. You know, they might be leaning from one side or the other. So something I like to think about when I'm acting for my animations is he goes from this one, intolerant of other people's cultures, and then when he gets to and the Dutch, reverse that curve, like go from one curve to the other. And the Dutch, he's so disgusted he gets even farther away from the person, you know. He gets as far away from that Dutch person as possible. So, and then he crosses his arms maybe again, just to really close off that body language. Let's get rid of these lines of action. And just there as an example. So let's scrub through, see how this is feeling.
Only two things I can't stand. I can't stand.
I want him to do that on can't, so I'm gonna take that frame and just select it and then drag it to where can't happens. Right there.
I can't stand in this world. People who are in.
And then in for intolerant, we'll have him go back to shake his head. And then there's a really strong like T sound right there. So we'll have him go forward right about there. Tolerant.
Tolerant of other people's cultures.
And then he's pretty strong in that word culture.
Other people's culture.
So we'll have him go forward a little bit more on cultures. Again, these are so quick to just add in ideas and take them away if you change your mind later. Cultures.
People's cultures.
And then maybe here.
People's cultures.
Here's a good spot for like a blink or something. So instead of create blank frame, this is a good case where I could do create duplicate frame. You can see that's created a new frame here. So I can just erase his eyes here. Add in a blink.
And
and then here is where we can add a breakdown. So a breakdown is a way of traveling from one key pose to the next. So a breakdown can convey a lot of how the emotion is coming out of the person, I guess, is one way of saying it. So So we'll have him keep his eyes closed. Like, he's still pretty upset here. And just really exaggerate that C line before he goes up here. And then here... So I created a duplicate frame right here, because I want his pose to land right here. But for this pose, I think I want to create a blank pose and then just have it extend farther back. So he goes past the point and then settles into there. And here we can not have his arms crossed just yet, but almost. Just like that. And then dodge. That's a hard D right there. That feels pretty good. So if we play our little thumbnail animation, this is what it looks like so far.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures, and the Dutch.
That feels alright. I could go, I could keep messing with it, but I think we'll call that good for now. So, I'm gonna double click on this layer name, and I'm gonna call it thumbs for my thumbnails. Let's turn our background back on, turn off our camera view. And now we can take these thumbs and just turn that transparency color down a lot, just like that. And then we can make a new layer using the new layer button. And we'll call this rough. We're not moving into cleanup yet, we're just still on the rough stage. So these aren't roughs, these are thumbnails. Like, it's not even close to looking like the character. Pretty much on purpose. So for my rough animations, I really like to use like a transparent reds and blues. Those are usually my favorite kinds of colors to sketch with, so I'll just modify my red and my blue to be more transparent. Let's see, let's go on to this first pose here. So for a stage like this, here, let's get a thinner pencil like that. For this kind of stage, usually I like to just keep it down to construction. So just making it simple, like cylinders, cylinders and spheres, cones, shapes like that. Because those are way easier to move around and change than drawing a fully rendered out character. So we can start with that. Put his hips as like a square, just like that. And that's why it's important to practice drawing 3D shapes, is even though you're animating 2D characters, they're still existing in a 3D space, in a 3D environment. So it's important to be able to draw those shapes in 3D. So he's pretty pissed off here. Draw his big nose like that. And then his mustache. And then stuff like hair, things that are gonna bounce around, I'll usually leave for last. So I'll extend the exposure for that rough layer, just so that's like that. And then 2 spheres for his shoulders. And then cylinders for his arms. And I'm keeping that frame, what's it called? Line of action in mind. So even though they're all different body parts, they should all still be following that same general line of action. So, draw his arms in like that.
There are only two things I can't.
So that's one keyframe. So here's something that I find useful is marking what my keyframes are. So the mark drawing button or the mark drawing toolbar is down here. So you can get that by right clicking on any blank area. Like say up here is a good spot to do it. Right clicking and going to mark drawing, which is, where is that? I guess it's down here. Mark drawing. And here's a weird thing about Toon Boom toolbars is I can't take this toolbar from up here and drag it down here, for example. So the places you right click and add toolbars are kind of context sensitive. So if I do want it to be down here, I would have to right click down here and then select mark drawing down here. And it'll add it. You can see it right here. It's a little hard to see just on this lower resolution. So I'm gonna move my timeline so it's taking up the whole bottom of the space just like that. There we go. And it got rid of my mark drawing, so I'll add that again. Mark drawing, there we go. So you can see keyframe, this red K, breakdown, in between, and then these are for retakes. So keyframe, you can kind of think of as your storytelling poses. So all these poses, pretty much all these poses we drew for our thumbnails are all going to be key animation poses. So when you mark it as a key, you'll see it gets marked with a red tick mark right here. So I'm going to go here, click blank frame to add a new frame. And then you can turn on onion skin to trace this image again. So what I like to do is use the onion skin and trace on top. And he's going to be facing down a little bit more for this one. So I'm just going to bring his features down a little bit. We won't see up his nose as much, so it's going to be a bit more like that. And his mustache. So I like to draw over the onion skin just to get it on model, and I always reference the first frame. That way the character doesn't shrink or, you know, get bigger as the animation goes on. Very important. Keep those volumes consistent. And then because his head is pointing down, that means his ear is going to go up. So I'll use the cutter tool to drag his ear up, just like that. I'll move his head into place, just like this. Turn off my onion skin and just flip it to see how that's feeling. I don't know why he's telling us this out in the middle of a nice park. It seems like an inappropriate place to be doing this, but that's fine. So his ribcage is going back just like that. So you can see how we can see underneath the ribcage now. Like, you can see the bottom of the ribcage because it's facing back. Another reason it's just emphasizing it's really important to know how to take these 3D objects and be able to rotate them around and move them around in space. Because when you keep your character rig, or you keep your character drawings as simple geometric shapes, it's way easier to draw and move them around just like this. So we won't animate the whole animation, obviously. It'll take a lot longer to get that done than we have time for. But what I want to do is at least get a pretty good start on one movement. So we're going to animate this first movement that happens here. So, have him crossing his arms. I would also recommend, if you're getting into animation, learn how to get in and out of crossed arms. You're going to be doing it a lot. And it's kind of a difficult pose, you know, if you're not used to it. I still have trouble with it. It can be tough sometimes. But, you know, people do it a lot, especially when they're, like, upset or, you know, trying to make a point out of something, or if they're acting serious. It can be really useful to know how to animate crossed arms and what that looks like. Yeah, Isaiah, this whole stream will be available after it is over. Don't you worry. Again, if anyone has any questions or anything, we'll do a Q&A section at the end. Oh, I still have auto flatten on. I'm like, why is it why is it flattening everything? I had this auto flatten thing turned on. I really wish the cutter hotkey was working. Sometimes when things are being goofy in Toon Boom, you just have to restart the program. And I assume if I did that, it would be fine. But I kind of don't want to interrupt the live stream, so I'll just deal with it. It's fine. Alright. So we've got our two poses here. I'll mark this as a keyframe as well, just like that. So if we play it... Oh, my play button's up here. I don't want that. I want it down here. So I'm gonna right-click down here, go to playback. Adds it right there, but I want it to be over here. There we go. I also want... mark drawing can stay there, actually. So, this is... So, if you wanted to preview just a small section of your animation, like if you didn't want to preview this whole thing, what you can do is you can click these start and stop buttons. So just the words, see how the words highlight? If I click start on frame 1, it'll start the preview at frame 1. And then if I go to frame 70 and click the word stop, it'll set the stop point to 70. So, like I was saying before, this doesn't edit how long your animation is, only how much it's going to preview when you press play.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world.
That feels pretty good. So, when I'm animating from one pose to another, usually the other two poses that I like to do are an anticipation and an overshoot. So let's start with an anticipation. An anticipation is sort of like moving in the opposite direction of where you're going to end up. So he's ending up back this way, right? Let me just grab my colors. Weird. Oh, there. It's not showing all my colors for some reason. Where is it? Swatch mode. Turn that back on. That's weird. I thought that was supposed to, like, scale when you squash the scene down, or squash the frame down, but I guess it doesn't. Anyway, I wanted to grab my blue. So he's ending up back this direction, right? So for the anticipation from this pose, we want to have him lean forward. Not very much, just a little bit. So I'm going to create a blank frame here. Turn on my onion skin, just to reference that previous frame. And here you can see green is my future frame, red is my previous frame. So here, again, just going to trace over and reference our previous frame here. Keep him about the same, just like that. Draw his big nose and his mustache. And then we're having him go forward just a little bit. I'm going to turn off my onion skin and just flip back and forth, see how that feels. And it feels a little off. It think that's too far. We want to keep it kind of subtle. That feels good. That feels pretty natural. I'm not trying to go like super over the top with it. One of the hardest things with animation is a subtlety. Like, it's easy enough to make things squash and stretch and exaggerate all around, but keeping things constrained is one of the hardest things you can do. Which sounds counterintuitive, right? You'd think like less movement would be easier, but it's really not. Like, it's a lot easier and also more fun in a way to really exaggerate things and go over the top. But keeping things... Alright, so here is where I'm gonna have him start to cross his arms. So his arms are gonna go... They're gonna start going out. They're gonna start making like a triangle shape. Just anticipating getting ready to cross them. And keep his forearms facing down, I think, like this. Just like that. Yes, we will go over coloring animation. So that's kind of why I just wanted to do 2 poses, is kind of go through the whole production, but just with 2 simple poses. Alright, so I'm gonna mark these just so you can visually see what drawings we're on. So this is a keyframe. This is also a keyframe, but it's an anticipation. So usually we call that antic. And then this is also a keyframe. So for dragging around frames, first let's zoom in just so we can get a better look. So I drew this frame just one backwards, 1 frame back, just to make it easier to flip back and forth between them, just like this. But that's not the timing I want. I want it to be further back. So Toon Boom gives you these, you can see red bars and yellow bars. So what these are useful for is for pushing and pulling your animation around. And with it being kind of small, it's kind of hard to like select them. So what I like to do when I'm animating is I like to turn on this thumbnail view. So you can see a little person icon right here. If you click that, you'll see bigger frames for your animation. This is really useful for doing frame by frame animation, is being able to see nice big thumbnails. So there's yellow and red. So what red does is it actually overwrites things. So red, you could think of like bloodshed, like it's gonna eat up whatever it's passing through, right? Yellow, the color of piss, which stands for push. So yellow means to push. That's how I remember it. So piss, push. Yellow you can push things around with. So if you're on red and you push it forward, it's going to eat things up. If you're on yellow, it's going to push things. So it doesn't eat anything up, it just pushes it farther down. Or you could just select the frame just itself and then click and drag and move the frame just manually, just like that. Super easy. If you want to increase or decrease exposure, like let's say you're not working with just one layer, but there's like a whole stack of layers, and you wanted to increase exposure from one to the other, you can shift select multiple layers. Here, just like select the first frame, hold down shift, go down here, and that selects a stack of layers. And then the hotkey, if you have a numpad, is plus and minus to increase and decrease exposure. So if I press plus, that adds exposure, and if I press minus, that minuses exposure. And you can see it's doing that for all the layers that I have selected. So I can bring the timing closer that way or make it further apart, just like that. So plus and minus is how you increase and decrease exposure. So anyways, that's our anticipation. Let's turn on scrubbing again. I think on the 2. So again, I'm going to use red just to shift that around because I don't want to push anything. I only want to change this drawing's timing. And then I think around here is where we'll have the overshoot, but just to make it easier to flip back and forth, I'm going to do it 1 frame behind. Select here, create blank frame. Turn on onion skin again, and this time we'll reference the future drawing, which is the green one. Trace that one. Just like this. Add in the middle lines, just like that. Keeping it rough. So the overshoot is kind of like the anticipation, except what the point of it is you want to go past the pose that you're going to settle into. So he's going to be back around like this area, right? He'll go a little bit past, and then he'll slowly settle into this pose. So that's what the point of the overshoot key is for. So we'll move his head back like this. Maybe rotate it. Is that too far? Maybe we'll rotate it a bit like that. That feels pretty good. Okay, and then it's going farther back. So have his shoulders up here. Bring his shoulders up. Like that. His diaphragm is right about there. So when I'm animating, I like using the onion skin just to keep things on model, but when I'm actually animating, I prefer to flip back and forth. I find it easier to kind of get a sense of how things are moving, you know, if volumes are feeling right and if the character's moving properly. I find it just seems to be a bit easier to keep track of with flipping rather than using the onion skin. Okay, so here is where we'll have his arms start to get into the cross position. So we'll have this one going up. Like this. I love this sitcom music. Okay, and then that goes like that. And then this arm will be going in front. Just to make that clearer, I'll hold down E for the eraser. Just so I can visually see that that's going in front. And that's tucked in behind the arm, just like that. And this arm is back here, like that. Cool. And then again, I'll use red just to drag it around, because I don't want to push anything. I just want this pose to be about right there. And if we play that, how's that feel? Oh, let's also mark this as also a keyframe, but this is an overshoot. And then if we play it,
There are only two things I can't stand in this world.
that feels pretty good. Cool, so that's our keyframes. Let's see. So keyframes are the most important. You want to get through your keyframes just because those are your storytelling poses and get those really nailed down and figured out. That's your first order of business as an animator when you get a new scene. Once your keys are all figured out, and we'll keep this rough right now. You know, it's easier to, again, same reason as the thumbnail, it's easier to delete one of these drawings. You know, I could delete this drawing right now, and I would not feel that sad about it, because, you know, it was pretty easy to draw. So we're gonna stay in this really rough, kind of a mechanical doll sort of phase, while we're doing our breakdowns and our in-betweens and stuff. So a breakdown is sort of like the halfway point. Oh, also I want to mark these as keyframe, just like that. So a breakdown is sort of like a halfway point. So it's how he gets from this pose into this pose. So we'll put it about halfway for now, just to see how that feels. Oh, actually, let's do one behind, just so it's easier to flip back and forth between them, just to see how it's feeling. So with animation, what a lot of beginners will do for doing a breakdown or any kind of in-between is they'll think, okay, I just need to move, you know, draw everything halfway in between, right? Like everything just moves halfway in between, just like this. So, and this might work. It might, like, not look like the worst thing in the world, but it's not going to be very interesting. So for example, his rib cage is here, shoulders literally right there, and then arm like that. And this arm halfway is like that. Not putting any effort in, because I'm just making a point of what it would look like if we just did halfway in between for everything. And this arm, like here. And hip going down like that. So that's just a regular halfway in between. It's serviceable, but it doesn't look very good. And it's not very interesting story-wise. So where breakdowns, and usually breakdowns are marked with an underline like this rather than a circle. So with breakdowns, you can have a lot of fun with them. You know, is the butt leading the animation? Is the head leading this animation? I think in this example, I think it should be the butt should be leading it. And you know, his head should be going down towards the camera, kind of like this. You know, really going down. Something like that. And also his eyes should be closed as well. Let's see, and since he's facing towards the camera, you wouldn't see under his nose. If we turn off our onion skin. So yeah, something like that, and then we can have him leading with his back. Maybe not his butt necessarily, but we can have his back be leading the animation. Sort of like that. And it just feels a lot more interesting having it be like that. And we'll have his hips favor towards the future pose, just kind of push his hips out. So he goes kind of from this line of action to this sort of line of action to this line of action. So you get kind of that, or actually I guess it's more like that. So you get kind of that whippy, wavy kind of movement to it. Does that make sense? That's way more interesting than just having a regular old 50% in between, you know? You want to decide, like, what's the attitude, what body part is leading the motion. Makes for a really good breakdown pose. And then for his arms, we'll have them... Oops, let's use our red here. Hey, JJ Art, welcome to the stream. We'll have his arms going backwards. Getting ready for his arm to go into the cross position. Please don't spam in my stream, thank you. Let's see, and then we'll have the spine go like this. And here, we'll have his arm start to head towards his chest, but have the hand leading down like that. See how that feels. Maybe it could go up even more, probably. Yeah, maybe we'll have it right around here, like that. And have the arm trail behind. And then he settles into his fully crossed arms, just like that. And then same thing as marking with the keyframe, we can use the mark breakdown, just to mark that as a breakdown, and we'll position that right about there. Let's see how this feels now, if we play it.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world.
Let's play it one more time, it kind of skipped frames.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world.
I feel like that could happen a little bit earlier, maybe like that.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world.
That feels pretty good.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world.
Alright, so let's do some in-betweens. So for figuring out the in-betweens on a frame, actually, you know, before getting onto in-betweens, we should work on doing cleanup. So let's just say we did all of our in-betweens for this section of animation here, and we're ready to do cleanup. So I'm going to make a new layer and call this cleanup. Add and close. And what we can do is, instead of, you know, making a blank frame, extending it, and then, you know, making sure we have blank frames on all the right spots, what you can actually do with your cleanup layer is you can right click on it and you can do sync layer with. And what that does is it syncs this cleanup layer with the same timing as your rough animation. So if you ever do any changes to your rough animation, like you change your mind later on and you want to change timing and stuff, it'll change it on the cleanup as well. It just makes it super easy to make changes and update things later and keep things organized. So instead of background, we want to time it to the rough animation. So we select rough animation and press OK. And now we can see this little chain icon, and we can see that all of our keys have been synced with the layer down below, with the rough animation layer. Don't know why my marked keys went away. Let's bring those back. Just like that. There you go. Then we'll also enable thumbnail view just to make it easier. So now you can see when I move my rough animation, like let's say I move this frame here, it does the same on my cleanup art as well, my cleanup layer, which is super duper cool. So let's see. Let's clean up this layer, the first one. So first of all, I like to turn on the light box. So that's this light bulb option right here. Turns that on, and we can get a better idea of where our drawing is versus where the rough animation is. So for cleanup, I like to use the pencil tool. The pencil tool is my favorite tool to clean up with. We'll use a black color, and we'll use this pencil tool. I like cleaning up with no pressure sensitivity. It just makes it easier because there's less things to think about, and I think it looks good. I think it looks good. So to clean this up, what we can do is we can take our model sheet here, our character design sheet. We can take this, grab our transform tool, and just move it and scale it so that it's about in the right size and position as our rough animation. So right about there looks pretty good. And then when we go into our cleanup, we grab our pencil tool and we make sure that our light table is turned on. It'll just sort of fade everything away, make it easier to reference. So we just go through and just clean up our animation, copying the rough, but keeping the model sheet in mind for proportions and everything. So here you just want to get him looking on model. Let's see his mustache. Just like that. And then once we clean up this frame, I'll show you how to do coloring and stuff as well. So here's his eyes, like that. Fill these in with black. That looks a little off center. Just like that. His cheekbone. And if I have like wiggly lines like this, I can go in with my white arrow tool and just delete some of these vector points just to clean it up a little bit. Normally I would be a lot more careful with my cleanup animation, but I also kind of want to just go through so we can cover everything I wanted to cover today. So again, I can use my white arrow tool and just wiggle these around, smooth this out. Just like that. And then, do his sideburns here. And then his forehead. Like I said, we'll do this pretty quickly, just so we can get to the coloring and everything. Then he's got these funny square ears. Then his hair is just a couple of curves like that. And then here, where I've overlapped his mustache, I can just hold down T for my cutter tool and just cut that away, just like that. And here we have his neck. Then his lapel matches the same perspective as his ribcage here. Just like that. Add his lapels like so. And having the model sheet just on your animation just like this is a really convenient way to keep things on model, which was always tough for me. It's always been hard for me to keep things on model. It takes a lot of practice in drawing the same character over and over again, but if it's a character you're not familiar with, it can be really tough sometimes. So, grab these, smooth these out. Add in his neck shadow underneath. And then his arm goes like down here, just like that. A little bit of a shoulder bump. A little bit of a wrinkle for his armpit here. And then I can see the back of his rib cage goes into his butt, just like that. And then same thing, he's got pointy shoulders up here. And then that goes down into his arm, just like that. Oh, that's true, I forgot. I never named this guy. Does chat have any recommendations for what to name him? I have no clues. Alright, so now that we have him pretty much all traced up, we can take this model sheet using our transform tool and just move it off to the side since we're done with it. And there we go. We have our cleaned up animation. So let's talk about coloring. Let's talk about coloring and shading animation. So you remember I talked about these art layers down here, right? So if you don't see your art layers, usually they're over here on this side of Toon Boom Harmony. So what the art layers are useful for is for separating different aspects of your animation. So line art obviously is meant for line art. Color art is meant for your colors underneath the line art. Underlay art typically used for sketching, things like that. And then overlay art is for things that go over your animation. So effects, or, you know, maybe like a shine or a highlight, something like that. So the typical process with coloring in Toon Boom, so you can take your paint bucket tool and let's expand. Here, I'll hide the camera view so we can see our colors a bit better. So you can take your color here, and let's just make some colors for him really quick. I imagine he has like white hair, so we'll make a white color, call it hair. And I imagine he doesn't get a lot of sunlight, so maybe like very palish kind of green skin tone. And we can modify these afterwards if they're not fitting. Skin, and then I always like a good purple suit. Nice purple suit, I think, would suit him just fine. And he has this this little poof, so we'll make a new, we'll do suit number 2 and just grab like a lighter pink like that. Charles is a good one. I could see Charles for him. I was thinking Mr. Rich. I was thinking either Mr. Rich or Mr. Fancy. So, like I was saying, you can take these colors here and just plop it onto the line art layer. Nothing wrong with that. It certainly is easier this way. Suit number 2, then suit number 1. Oh, we need a color for his button here. So make a yellow orangish button like that. So here, we're running into, we can't fill this in because there's these big open gaps, right? Obviously. Jacques, I like Jacques. He is Jacques. So we need to close these gaps off somehow, and one way we can do that is we can use this option on our brush tool, draw behind. So if we select that and select our suit color, and we just paint from one side to another, just like this, and just block that off like that, and then we fill in. It allows us to fill it in. Ooh, he's kind of like Dan Backslide colors. Should we make him like straight up Dan Backslide colors? What is Dan Backslide? He's kind of like that color, right? There's our bootleg Dan Backslide. I hate the Dutch! Confound them! So you can do that. This is all on the line art layer, right? But I'm gonna teach you a typical way to color in Toon Boom Harmony, where we actually use these art layers. So on your line art layer with your cleanup art all finished, we want to click this button up here, create color art from line art. It's also, if you have your black arrow tool selected, you can also see it down here, right here. It sort of looks like a gray C pointing to a blue C. If we click that, it looks like nothing happens, but if we go into our color art layer now, you'll see all these blue lines and yellow boxes. And what that has done is it has taken our line art and made invisible strokes that we can now fill in. So here's something super duper important. There's so many important things, I can't hammer on everything, but a lot of people get confused on the difference between the camera view and the drawing view. 99% of your time you're gonna be in the camera view, and oftentimes if you're having trouble and something's not working, this is gonna be one of the first things I'm gonna ask you is, are you in camera view or are you in drawing view? Because you should be in camera view most of the time. For example, like if your animation's not playing,
there are only two things I can't stand.
It might be because you're in your drawing view. So your animation would play if
there are only two things I can't.
You're in camera view. What drawing view is useful for is for isolating a layer, working with onion skin, or viewing these art layers just on their own. So here you can only see the blue strokes. You can't see any of the line art. If we click on the line art layer here, we can only see the line art layer. We can't see the blue strokes. So it's a way to isolate your line art layers just to make it more clear of what you're working on. So with this option, we can have our color on a separate layer. And the reason for doing that is lots of reasons. One reason is it can make compositing easier. It can make it easier to make massive changes to your colors later. It's just a good habit to get into coloring your animations this way. So same thing, we could take our brush tool and just draw behind and close these off, but actually there's an easier tool to work with these strokes for closing gaps like this. And it's under your paint bucket tool, and it's called Close Gap. Stroke does a similar thing. I'll show stroke first, I suppose. So what stroke is useful for is for drawing with these invisible strokes. So a place I might do that here is on his hair highlights, which I don't want to have an outline. I just want them to be on their own, just like this, right? So I might draw some hair highlights in his hair, just like that. Maybe one down here, just like that. So you can take that stroke tool and also close these gaps off using the stroke tool. But the close gap tool works automatically. So you don't even have to like connect them. You can just get close enough to these 2 points and it'll automatically close it for you. So anytime you see a yellow box like that, that means there's a gap. And when you see a blue box like that, that means there's a closed gap. So whenever there's gaps like this, like you can see on his sleeve here, it's important to close that gap just so the color can get filled in. There's no gaps for it to leak out of. Now, when you look at this, there's these open gaps. Well, I guess that's not one. That one's deceptive. There is a closed gap on that one. But you can see just in different spots, there's all these tiny little gaps. And you could go through manually, close all these, but there's a better way. If you go under Drawing, Cleanup, Close Gaps. So again, that's under Drawing, Cleanup, and then Close Gaps. Or Shift F10, I suppose, is the hotkey. You can increase this size until... So I'll do it slowly. So now, it might be a little bit hard to see, but there is a tiny red line connecting these two gaps now. And if I lower it, you'll see that red line goes away. So that's visually how you can see your gaps being closed. So here, if I increase it even more, you can see this bigger gap getting closed. You don't want to do it too much, because then it gets a little bit crazy, and it's going to make painting in your character even harder. So you want to do it just enough to close all those small gaps. So we'll go about there. And if you had a whole animation, you can click this to apply it to all drawings. That's very useful if you have color art on multiple different frames. So we just have the one, so we'll leave that unchecked and we'll press OK. And all these bigger ones I'll just fill in manually. So the hotkey for close gap is C. You can think of C as close gap. So just hold down C and draw a line just like that. And we'll just glance around, see if there's any gaps we missed. And I think, oh, here's a big one. So hold down C, close gap, just like that. And I think that should be good. So now we can take our paint bucket, and just to make sure that everything's filled in properly, I'll usually fill it all in with one color. And that looks filled in just fine. So here's an example where unpaint can be handy. Remember unpaint? So if you filled in thousands of frames of animation, and let's say his arm was crossed over and that got filled in as well, if you have thousands of frames of animation, it's just more clicks and buttons to press if you have to select each one of these and press delete. So it's easier just to go through, take your unpaint tool, and just click anywhere you need to like unpaint on your character. It's just a little bit faster that way. So let's undo that. And let's fill him in proper. So we'll start with his hair. Let's give him some white highlights for his hair, just like that. things like his eyes, I know are filled in with black. Sometimes you can tell what's filled in with black because you'll see this weird squiggle on the inside. If I go to my line art, you can see that's just filled in with black, so I don't need to worry about that. So fill in his suit, just like this. Another thing about having it on the color art layer is you can take your paint bucket tool and just draw a huge lasso around stuff, and you don't have to worry about filling in your line work accidentally, which is super useful. Mustache, whoops. So you can see there's obviously a gap in his mustache, so looks like it's right there. Close that off. There we go. And there we go. So we're in our drawing view, so we can't see it all together until we go back to our camera view. And now we can see our character all colored in. So how can we shade this character? Well, one way we could do it is we can do a new layer on top, call it shade, add and close. And again, we want to sync this layer with either the rough or the cleanup. It doesn't really matter since they're both synced up together. I'll just sync it to the cleanup. Press OK. So for the shading, this might be a good spot where you can use the brush tool, just because what you're going to want to do is fill in these big blobs of color. So I'm going to make a new color, call it shade, and I highly recommend against shading with just pure black at like 50% opacity. Put a color in there. I usually like to do like a dark desaturated purple for my shadows, so I also leave it pretty close to about there for the alpha. It depends, because he's in like he's outside, right? So he's gonna be pretty lit up from everywhere, so he's probably not gonna be too shaded in. So just go through, fill in. This is also a case where auto flatten might come in handy. You can see, since I'm using a brush that has transparency on it, anytime I overlap, it's creating these overlapping brush strokes. And if I go into render view, you can see it's even going into the rendered version of the animation. So render view is this little colored flower. I don't think I mentioned that. So OpenGL view is your working view. And then render view is how the final animation is going to look like. So if I zoom in, you can see it's pixelized because it's 1920 by 1080. You know, this is a 1920 by 1080 image that it has rendered. But if you're working, if you're drawing, you want to go back into this gray flower here, the OpenGL view. So this might be a good point where you can have auto flatten, or you could select it all and press this flatten button up here just to flatten it after the fact. That works also. But let's just go through and paint our homeboy. Oops, I have on paint behind. We don't want that. Oh, it's a little hard to see on his mustache here. But there you can see. Filling that in. Let's do under his nose. And then underneath his eye here. Like that. So this could be one way to shade in your animation, is just make a new layer above and color it in, just like this. You'll want to make sure not to go outside the lines, though. You will have to erase that. This is a good spot where we can talk about the node view, and one thing that could be handy when doing compositing stuff like this. So any like final animation edits. So like I was saying, normally you want to pay attention to not go outside the lines. Let's also let's hide our rough and our thumbnail drawings for now. So we're doing our shadows here. I feel like this one's a bit intense, so I'm going to tone that one down a little bit. So we've got our shadows here. And I guess I could increase it just so it's a bit darker, easier to see. So we're doing our shadows, and we're like coloring outside the lines. We're just being super sloppy with it. Well, one thing we could do is we could use a cutter node to cut out the shadows using our animation layer. So if we go to Windows and Node View, this is our node view here. Usually what I like to do is I have it nested over here on the right side, just so I can both animate and work in the node view at the same time. So when you open up your node view, if you've not messed with it in a scene, it's going to look like this. It's going to be just everything stacked on top of each other and not very organized. So if we're in our node view and we press Control A to select all, and we select one of these pyramid shapes here, it's like three white rectangles making a pyramid. If we just click one of those, it doesn't matter which, and just press OK, it'll organize it into this pyramid shape here, so it's a bit easier to see what's going on. So the way the node view works is whatever's on the left is on the top of your animation, and whatever's on the right is on the bottom. So you can see here our background is at the bottom of our animation, and then our cleanup and our shading is on the top. So if I were to take my shade node view, or my shade node, and take this blue spaghetti from the shade and put it to the right of cleanup, right here, you can see it's now behind our cleanup animation. So the node view looks scary, but it's really the same thing as what's going on down here. It's the same thing as your timeline, where things on the top are on the top of your animation, things are on the bottom are in the back. Same thing with the node view. Things that are on the left are on the top, and things that are on the right are on the bottom. So one thing we can do with this shade node, where we're coloring shadows, is we want to use the cleanup to cut out our shaded animation so we can't go over the lines. So we do that with a cutter node. A cutter node is kind of like a mask. So if I press enter inside of the node view, I get this search dialog, and I can search for the word cutter. So if I take a cutter, I now have this cutter node. So to apply a cutter node, the thing we want to cut out is our shadows, right? The shadows need all this excess stuff cut out from it. So I'm going to take this cutter node, hold down Alt, and I'm going to connect it up to the middle of the shadow layer, just like this. So the shadow connects into the top of the cutter, and then it comes out of the cutter. It connects onto our animation, which is this final composite node right here. I can even click this arrow right here just to show that this is a preview of the final animation, just like that. So anytime you want to see what a layer is, you can click these arrows here to get little thumbnail views of them. And you can click this cutter here to see what is happening. Right now, nothing. It's not doing anything. So you want to make sure that the shadow is connected into this blue section of the cutter. It's connected into the middle. This section here on the left is what's going to be used for the mask. So we want to use our cleanup animation as the mask on the cutter, right? Well, if we take our blue spaghetti and we cut it and we plug it into the cutter like so, that worked, but now our cleanup animation is no longer visible. It's only being plugged into this cutter node. Well, one thing you can do with these nodes is you can have multiple strands of spaghetti come out of them. So I can have one strand of spaghetti plugging in to be displayed on the final composite. And I can drag by clicking from this tiny blue box, I can drag another strand of spaghetti onto the cutter node right here on the left side. And that cuts out using the filled in animation to cut out from the shadows here. So it's doing the opposite of what we want. So what we can do is we can double click on this mask here to invert our mask. So now our mask has been inverted. Oops. And now anything where the color art, anything where the animation is colored in will now be the only part that gets shadow. So that way, with the cutter node, we no longer need to worry about going outside the lines. So we're free to fill in our shadows as we please. Let's just go ahead and quickly fill in shadows. I'm not going to worry too much about it. We'll just fill in roughly where I think shadows would be. Again, I can hold down O to shrink or grow my brush as needed. So we'll just add in some shadows just like that. I can use the eraser to get rid of some shadows if I want. Fill in his little lacy poofy thing, just like that. Shade in his button, and then the side of his arm, just like that. And then again, if I render it, it's going to show all these like overlapping sections. So I can select it all and press Ctrl-Shift-F to flatten it. Another thing we can do with this node view is we can do some really neat things with the shadows. I mean, the more wires that you have, the more it looks like spaghetti. Do you see? Blue spaghetti, delicious. So what we can do with our shadows is, with our node view, compositing, and effects, we don't even have to use this transparent dark purple. We could even make it a neon green if we wanted to. Set it to full color just like that. And with our nodes, we've got lots of different options for what we can do with it. We can go under, let's do blending. Let's add a blending node to it. So if we select a blending node and hold down Alt and plug it in underneath our shadow here, if we click this yellow box, we can edit the properties of any of these nodes. So we can click the yellow box on blending, and here's where your blending modes are. So if you're familiar with things like Photoshop or Clip Studio Paint, here's where you can add things like multiply or overlay or add glows, things like that. So since it's a shadow, I'm going to set it to multiply. And it's now become a shadow. Even though it's this bright neon green, it's now behaving like a shadow. After the fact, you can adjust the color so it feels more like a natural shadow. So maybe like a, let's see, since it's on multiply, the lighter it is, the more transparent it's going to get. So maybe like a light purple color like this would work pretty well. Something like that feels pretty good. So that's how you can add a cutter node and blending node to your shadows. And then that way you can go through and color in and shade your animation, and you don't have to worry about going outside the lines. And you can also do highlights. Like, for example, if I wanted to do a new highlight node, for example, I can press Control-R is the hotkey to add a new layer. I can do HL for highlight, add and close. Again, we need to attach it to our composite or else it's not going to get displayed. So we'll drag a line from highlight onto the top of our composite, again on the left because we want it to be in front of everything. And we'll move that down. Did I move that on the left? Okay, it is on the left. Cool. So we'll make a new color for highlight. For highlight, usually I like to do like really bright yellow, somewhere like around there. Looks pretty good. So again, this is just default, fully opaque, like nothing special happening to it. It's also going outside the lines, kind of a layer. But if we start with that, just like this, we'll also add some to his poof. We'll make him super shiny. And then if I do the same thing, if I press enter, add a cutter node, hold down Alt, so it's connected in between the highlight spaghetti, then I can drag another line from my cleanup art. Oh, I forgot. I also want to sync this layer, right? And that's another thing. I want this highlight layer to be synced with my cleanup layer. That way they maintain the same timing and everything. So now I drag another line from my cleanup onto my cutter. Again, it's doing the opposite, so I need to double click on this mask icon right here. That'll set it so it's inside of our character. And then again, we'll add another blending node here. Hold down Alt to have it wedge in between, to have that blending effect be applied to our highlight. Click the yellow box, and let's set it to add. Let's see. Where was add? Overlay. I think linear light's a pretty good one too. I know linear light and a hard light are usually pretty good for highlights. Let's try hard light, see what that looks like. That looks insane. Overlay is usually okay. I like overlay. Overlay works pretty well. We can also, we could change the opacity of this highlight color in the color itself, or we can add a transparency node. That way we don't have to worry about flattening our artwork all the time. We can just add this transparency node, again holding Alt and plugging it in after this blending node. And that'll make our highlight layer 50% transparent. So transparency node works kind of funky in Toon Boom. You might think like transparency, okay, I want it to be like at 20% opacity, but it actually goes up in opacity. You kind of have to think about it as the opposite of Photoshop. You think about it as the amount of transparency you want. So if it's 100% transparent, it's not going to show at all. So if you only wanted it to be 20% visible, that means you need to set it to 80% transparency. It's goofy, it's quirky, but that's how it works. We'll leave it at 50 for now. But yeah, there's our final cleaned up animation, all colored in. I'll give you a better look at the node view so you can see what's going on here. So just to overview again, we have the cleanup going into the composite just on its own. We had the same with the shade just going into the composite and the highlight going into the composite. Shade and highlight going on the left because they are on top of our cleanup art. And then we alt drug 2 cutter nodes onto our shading and highlight. And then we use the cleanup art as a second strand of spaghetti to plug into those masks to cut them out. If the masks aren't doing what you want, you can double click on the mask to invert it. And then we added some effects to those shadows and highlights using our blending nodes and our transparency nodes. So that's our basic setup for coloring in and shading animation. All right, we are nearing the end of the class. I am going to just work on some in-betweens and kind of show what my process for that would be. So we're back on our rough animation here. We've got our keys here. Oh, I'm on the render view, that's why. I was like, why isn't it scrubbing? So besides checking if you're in the camera versus drawing view, another thing to check if things aren't working is make sure you're in the the working view, the gray flower, rather than the color flower. Let's turn off our camera mask as well. So for moving from one key to another, I like to use timing charts. Timing charts are super unnecessary, actually, and I think people in this day and age don't need to use them as much as they did for the traditional age of animation. You know, you can add keyframes and be willy-nilly and edit things around, and the only reason you'd really use timing sheets nowadays is if somebody else is going to work on your scene. That's really the only reason you'd ever use timing charts. And I don't even like to call them timing charts. I like to call them spacing charts, because it determines how spaced apart the drawings are going to be from one in between to another. So let's just do from... this one might be too subtle to do an example of. Let's do from... Yeah, let's do from this key to this key with a breakdown in between. So we'll do it off to the side just so we can see. So we've got our keyframe here. This is on frame 11. And then we've got another key down here that's on frame 21. And then our breakdown, I might want to adjust, but we have a breakdown in here somewhere. I'm not sure on what frame I'd want it on. So with 24 frames per second animation, typically animation is done what's called on twos, where every frame is exposed for 2 frames. So that's kind of how I'll calculate out my timing for this. First of all, and I probably won't have time to show this off using motion tweens or anything, but we're going to talk about easing. So easing you can think of as like cushioning. It's like, where is this movement going to be cushioned? Is it going to be cushioned at the start and then be really fast when it gets to this keyframe? Is it going to be really fast out of this keyframe and then cushion and slow down into this keyframe? Or is it going to be cushioned on both sides? So just to kind of give a visual example of that, what timing charts might look like for different kinds of easing. So I'm just dividing in half, in half, in half, in half. So something like this, gosh, it's different in every animation software, but I would call this an ease in. Because I kind of think of like, if this is the start, this is like in going to out. So easing in is like easing into this motion it's doing. So it starts out, the drawings really close together. So the closer drawings are together, the slower the motion is, and the further apart the drawings are, the faster the motion is. So I would think of this as like starting out slow, 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 speeding up, and then super fast on the out, right? And then ease out, obviously, is going to be the opposite. So again, I'll divide it in half, in half, in half, 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 half. So this is easing out. So it starts out quick and then slows down at the end. Whereas this, it's slow at the beginning and then it's quick at the end. Here, let me organize this illustration just so it's a little bit easier to read. So this is an ease in, is timed out this way. This is an ease out. And mastering easing is really important for making things feel really natural. So again, here I'm going to do half, 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 half. And then same on this side. Half, 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 half. and that's an ease in and out. So it'll have cushions on both sides, so it'll start out slow, fast in the middle, and then slow at the end, just like that. Hopefully without any motion tween examples, that's clear enough to understand. So that's how we're going to be animating this motion right here, where he goes from this key to this key. We'll do a cushion on the beginning and the end. So let's see, how many frames do we want to do this in? So that's our middle. So to identify the middle, usually I'll draw McDonald's arches, kind of like that. Whenever I see that, I know that that means that this drawing is halfway in between this key and this key. So that's a halfway point. Same thing with right here. If I had two more in-betweens on these sides and I did another McDonald's arch, I know that those in-betweens are halfway between the breakdown and this key. Same with this in-between. It's halfway between this breakdown and this key. So the McDonald's arches are super useful for knowing where your halfway points are. So for an ease in, ease out, I might do something like that. So if we time this out by twos, that would make this drawing 13, 15, 17, 19, 21, and then this would be moved down to 23. This is why I don't like to call them timing charts, because this timing could be whatever. Like, these numbers could be whatever, but the spacing is what's important about these graphs, these charts. It tells you how far apart the spacing is on these drawings, and also what order to work on. You want to work from the biggest McDonald's arch and work your way down to the smallest archways, just because you use them as reference. For example, I couldn't do this drawing 21, this small McDonald's arch, until I had drawing 19, which is halfway between the breakdown and drawing 23 done. So that's why you'd want to work from big to small. We already have our breakdown done, so our next frames that we can work on are drawing 15, right? And drawing 19. So let's move these drawings down to 23. So that's right. And then B was on, or the breakdown was on 17. So again, the cool thing about those synced layers is when I move one drawing, it affects my highlight, my shadows, my cleanup, everything. Sync layers are super useful. So yeah, let's do drawing number 15. So we'll go to frame 15, add a blank frame using my blank frame button. Hey Flavia, welcome to the stream. You're catching the tail end of it, but this whole stream is going to be recorded, so you can check out the whole stream by the end. All right, so this is halfway between these two, so we'll just quickly rough in this halfway mark. So he's facing down like that. So I'll rough in really quick with the onion skin on, and then I'll turn onion skin off and just kind of flip it to make sure that it's feeling okay. Are you feeling okay? So the hips go like that, and then the arms starting to come up right here, the hand trailing down like that, and then his shoulder, this is going halfway. And halves are the easiest thing to work with animation wise. It's way easier to divide an in-between in half rather than in thirds or anything like that. So that's why if you're just starting out, I recommend working with halves at first. It's just the easiest to think about. So I'm going to call that good. since we're nearing the end. So that's drawing 15. Let's go back to our timing chart, see our next thing to work on. So we did 15. We're doing drawing 19 now. So go to frame 19, add a blank frame, onion skin. So here's an important thing to note when doing in-betweens. What a lot of beginning animators will do is, for this ear, for example, they'll put it right smack there. That seems right, right? No, because things go on arcs. And what this in-between is doing is moving linearly. If you want to do a proper in-between, it should move on an arc. So I want to actually view the last 2 frames just to illustrate this a bit better. So I'm going to open up my Windows onion skin view. So onion skin view is the way you can edit your onion skin. So here you can adjust the opacity of your onion skin with this slider. You can turn it on and off with this button. And you can choose how many frames forwards and backwards with this onion skin view on. To get this onion skin view to work, you do need to use the advanced onion skin option, which you see this white arrow tool. You can click and hold and you see show regular onion skin or show advanced onion skin. I only ever use advanced onion skin nowadays. I don't really use the old one anymore. So anyways, I want to turn it on, and just to illustrate this point, we're gonna view the past 2 frames. Sorry, it threw me for a loop. I forgot what I did with the breakdown. So the direction is going like this, right? So it's a little bit more complicated than what I was going to illustrate. I was going to say like, oh, you follow this arc. But we actually have his head going down like this and then coming back up. So it's still going to be on an arc. It's just, it goes forward first and then goes along this arc up here. So just something to keep in mind when you're doing in-betweens. Put things on arcs. Don't just linearly in between stuff. So for this halfway drawing between these 2, I'm gonna keep the arc down this way. Same with this head. It's facing up this way, down this way, and I want to kind of keep that drag. So I'm gonna keep him sort of facing that angle, just like that. Show the top of his head a little bit. Erase his chin. We'll just keep it on simple. Simple halfway in between. So this arm would be going down like this. I'm trying to rush since it's almost the end of the stream. Actually, it technically is the end of the stream, but I want to finish this animation. But I was going to stay a little bit later just to do some question and answering. It's the Q&A segment. Ask your questions. But yeah, technically the stream is over. I want to finish this animation just because I like animating. Wouldn't you know it? I actually like doing this for fun. But yeah, I wanted to set aside some time. So if you have any really big questions or if you want me to go over something again, now's the time to ask. Is there anything I can clarify? Do you have any questions not related to Toon Boom? Maybe you have some questions about working as an animator, or questions about taxes. That's always fun. But yeah, I'm gonna keep working on this in between and kind of talking through my process. So I'll keep myself occupied if there are no questions, so don't you worry about that. Beatrice, would you consider making another stream or tutorial for the whole nodes and puppet thing? I definitely would. I might do it on Patreon. if you guys don't know about my Patreon, I guess I should spam it. I kind of forgot to like talk about it at all, but one thing I would like to do is I'd like to teach more animation stuff, but it's hard because, you know, I do these for free and I'm always happy to share things. I'm always going to put out videos for free, but you know, I would like to reward people who support me on Patreon. So things that are, you know, maybe more in depth like that. Maybe I'll do like a stream on Patreon first and then upload it to YouTube afterwards. Maybe something like that. But it's definitely going to be on YouTube at some point. It's not going to be stuck behind a paywall. I don't like doing that. But yeah, if you'd like to support me, or if you just like what I do and would like to throw me a buck, that means the world to me. Thank you for even thinking of it. But yeah, I'd like to do more Patreon stuff just to, you know, have more exclusive content up there and maybe do more in-depth stuff. So yeah, we'll definitely do another class on puppeted rigs. Honestly, it would be really hard to go through it all in another 4 hours, but it's possible, it's doable. So we could definitely do that. It's definitely on something I want to do. All right. So we've done our drawings 15 and 19, so our next drawings are 21 and 13. So let's start with 13. We'll blank that out. And the closer in-betweens get, you know, the more, the smaller the movement's going to be. So that's why easing works, is because these drawings get so close together that it really softens out that movement. And that's when onion skin really comes in handy, is for these really tiny little increments, and then you just like kind of draw in between them. You've heard if you know the animator survival kit, you know the whole thing, like he recommends not listening to music. I think that is helpful, but it's mostly helpful for when you're brainstorming, when you're coming up with the keyframes for animation. When you're at the point where you're kind of mindlessly doing activities, like, say, doing cleanup, or even, like, certain in-betweens, that's when I would recommend putting on music, or, you know, something that keeps your mind occupied. Thank you, Beatrice. I appreciate that. All right, so, and then this is our last in-between. So, I know I wanted to do a halfway in-between, but I'm gonna cheat my timing a little bit. Actually, so I really want to favor this green pose rather than the red pose. So on my timing chart, when I want to do that, usually I'll take away this McDonald's sign, showing that it's not a halfway in between. And I'll take this drawing and I'll move it way, way, way close to that keyframe. And that tells me that it's going to favor this key super duper closely. It's not a halfway in between because there's no McDonald's arch to it, right? So that way, when I go to this in between, I know that the ear doesn't go here halfway in between, but more closer to right here. I'm almost just redrawing the green frame, basically, the future frame. So that's the frame that I want to really, really favor, is the green one. So it's not a halfway in between. It's super favoring all of these frames here where the green is. It's getting a little hard to see that green against the grass, but that's okay. We can make it work. Again, this is all super duper rough animation. It would all get tied down or cleaned up later. This is just to make sure the motion works. So this arm would be right about here. Any other questions before we take off? This has been really fun, you guys. I'm sorry if it was a bit of an info dump at the beginning. I haven't taught classes like this since like November, so I'm definitely out of practice, but this was great practice. I definitely would like to do it again. Basically, a class like this is something that people would hire me for, So I wanted to put one out there that was basically free, just so people wouldn't have to pay money for it. Toon Boom's one of my favorite programs, and I want people to stop using Adobe Animate and move on to better things. So there we go. So you can see how much that cushions at the end. It really comes to a slow down at the end. So just to illustrate, it should, from this animation, start out slow, speed up on the middle breakdown, and then slow down at the end. So it starts out slow, speed up on breakdown, and then slow out at the end. So just to loop this, just so you can see what it looks like on a loop, here's what our finished motion looks like. So this is just one keyframe to another keyframe. Obviously, if we have the whole thing animated, it's going to look a lot smoother, and, you know, the whole thing would be moving and fun. And also, it's digital. We can change our mind later if we want. That's a nice thing about it not being on paper. We don't have to go to the camera every time we want to do a pencil test. We can just, you know, just play it and then change our mind. Digital animation is super flexible that way. So I'm gonna increase the color on our thumbnail sketch. We'll play our animation, our quote unquote just pretend that it's finished animation, and that will be the end of the stream. Thank you so much, you guys, for watching. Let's play our animation. Here's what we got so far. Oh, wait, where's our cleanup? Let's turn that on. Maybe turn off the highlight and shade because it doesn't look great in render view. Oh wait, I forgot to... I am professional streamer. Let's turn on the sound. Play. Play.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch. There are only two things I can't stand in this world. People who are intolerant of other people's cultures and the Dutch.
All right.
There are only two things I can't stand in this world.
Shut up! All right, guys. That was it. Thank you so much for watching. Thank you for tuning in. Thank you for hanging out. Hope you learned something. This was a lot of fun. I appreciate y'all. Go out and animate, even if it's not in Toon Boom. Go draw something today. And yeah, thanks again, everyone who checked out my Patreon and watched and spread the word. I really appreciate it. Appreciate you guys, and